phenomenal, historic when you talk about the World Cup coming in this fashion to our great nation. And Kansas City is a host location for the World Cup. We're excited about that. For those of you who've been following the announcement, the Greater Chamber went around to various communities and they gave the various communities information as well as a call to action that we need to start preparing as quick as we can to get our communities in order as far as resources, information to our constituents, to create strategic plans and actions that can accommodate what we don't know, but what we believe based on what we've seen in other locations, an influx of individuals that may come from all over the world. And I took that call to action as mayor, and I convened a World Cup readiness task force. Mr. Alan Carr graciously stepped up for that call to action, and he agreed to chair the mayor's World Cup readiness task force here in Kansas City, Kansas. That also represents Wyandotte County, with the co-chair who is our county administrator, Mr. David Johnson. So it's a great honor to welcome members of the World Cup Readiness Task Force that are with us here today. I will now turn it over to the chair of the task force, Mr. Alan Carr.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, County Administrator, for having us and giving us the time today to talk about our report from the Mayor's World Cup, Wyandotte County World Cup Readiness Task Force. We've got a few members of our task force here today that will be presenting our report and recommendations on how we believe Wyandotte County can best prepare for this fantastically magnificent giant event that's going to come here next year. Before we get to our report and recommendations, we thought it would be good if you could hear from the organizers of this event. So we have Lindsay Douglas, who is the Chief Operating Officer of KC 2026. They're organizing all of these activities. And so she's going to give you a presentation from what they're working on and can answer a few questions. And then we'll go into our task force report.
Thank you so much, Alan, and thank you, Mayor Gardner, and the commissioners and Administrator Johnston for having me. 314 days. This is a slide we use often in our presentations from KC 2026. It really drives home the sense of urgency we have in our planning and getting things prepared for the World Cup next year. The World Cup is the largest sporting event in the world. I think we as Americans, we think about the Super Bowl, we think about the Olympics, but when you compare that to the World Cup, there really is no comparison of the number of people that are fans of soccer and the number of people that tune in to watch the World Cup worldwide. So more than half of the world's population will tune in for a match. And I pause in that because when we think about the world, it's really an enormous sense of responsibility when we think about this tournament. And specifically for this tournament next year, it's going to be the largest version of the largest tournament in the world. So the last time that it was hosted in the United States was 1994. At that time, we set the still holding ticket sales record of almost 6 million tickets sold. That was with 9 venues and 52 matches. This next year, we will have 16 venues, 16 different host cities, 3 different countries, and 108 matches. So we know that we're going to exceed the ticket sales record for this next version. And these are all the host cities that will be hosting matches next year. Again, 2 in Canada, 3 in Mexico, and then 11 US host cities. The thing I love about this map is that we are right in the middle. It's really a geographic advantage for us when we think about base camps that I'll talk about here in a minute, as well as just travel distances. If you're a fan of the World Cup and you want to come, you don't know where your team's going to play, you may be starting to book your travel kind of in the middle so that you can easily travel to any of the host cities. And I don't expect everyone to be able to see the details on this, but I think this lays out kind of what that over a month looks like. There's going to be multiple games played on every day of the tournament. We have 6 matches here in Kansas City. We're the last row there in the green rows. 4 in the group stage, a round of 32, and then the quarterfinal. And these are our specific match days for Kansas City. Again, we have 26 days of activity from our first match to that quarterfinal. So we know that visitors are going to travel here. They're going to stay for a period of time. So we're not only interested in hosting them at a match, but also how can they interact with the tournament at Fan Festival or at other watch party locations, as well as other tourist activities that they can do while they're here. Kansas City, or KC 2026, was really formed as the organization to meet all of the requirements for hosting the tournament. We are governed by a board of directors. Administrator Johnston sits on that board, but we have been given a purpose and these 3 goal areas in everything that we're doing and how we are planning. We are considering these 3 areas. We want to make sure we're delivering Kansas City magic, rising on the world stage, and leaving a lasting legacy for our community. So those 3 pillars are things that we're thinking about in every aspect of planning. And that includes safety and security, transportation, fan festival and other events, as well as other impacts to the community, small business engagement, human rights and sustainability, things like that as well. But we really see this as the opportunity to really unite our region, strengthen our region, and rise on the world stage. And this is what the average profile looks like for a U.S. visitor. We expect for folks that are traveling in the U.S. for World Cup, about 54% of those will be international. They will stay close to 10 days. And you see some additional splits there. We expect about 75% of them will attend the fan festival that will be held at the World War I Museum, and I'll show you where that will be located on the grounds in a slide coming up. And then that average visitor also will attend 2.3 matches. Again, that's an average, but those international visitors that are coming, we've heard from FIFA, it's kind of a staggering thing, that people will sell vehicles or sell homes to be able to come and attend World Cup. So they make a huge sacrifice to come over. They stay here for a long time. And this gives you a little bit of a profile of what that looks like. So with all of these visitors, we're expecting about 650,000 people will come to the Kansas City region during World Cup. We anticipate that will be about a $653 million impact to the region, and that is direct. So I know in a lot of economic studies, you'll have direct impacts, and then you'll have, secondary impacts with suppliers, things like that. This is just that direct spend. So we looked at a visitor traveling here, they're staying a night in a hotel, and they're buying meals, things like that. So that's that direct spend that we've captured. You can see some of the other impacts to that, how many jobs that's supporting, and what direct personal income that could generate. So this is the World War I site. The NFL draft was on the north lawn. We will have FanFest on the southeast lawn and in the U-shaped drive. So we're going to be back on the other side. We want to make sure that people can continue to move and Union Station stays active. And that site will also help us manage the crowd. We want to make sure that not everybody can get into FanFest. It's going to be capped at about 25,000 at one time. So we know that people are going to be looking for other things to do in the region. And then the base camps. I want to spend just a minute talking about this, because we have 3 base camp locations here in our region. The team base camps are the team's home away from home. So if we have a team traveling from Austria, they want to find a base camp here. they will stay here and use that as their home away from home during the tournament. So they'll stay here, they'll practice here, then they'll travel for a match, then they'll come back. And that is really their base of operations during the tournament. And we have the ability to have 3. All 3 of these locations are in the FIFA brochure, and teams have been coming through and traveling and experiencing these. What they do is they prioritize based on the locations that are in the brochure, and they provide those selections to FIFA, and then FIFA plays matchmaker after the final draw. So we are so lucky. Not every host committee even has a base camp. So there are some cities that were on that map that don't have any base camps. We're lucky that we have such amazing facilities and that we were able to have 3. The Compass Minerals training facility here is really best in class from all the teams that have come through. They're very, very impressed by the facility, and I think there is a lot of interest in locating there. The KC Current Training Facility and Rock Chalk Park are also really excellent facilities. Again, there's lots of team interest in all 3 of our locations. Depending on how things shake out, we think that we're pretty guaranteed to have at least 1 team base camp in our region. To have 2 would be pretty phenomenal, and 3 would be extraordinary. So we're trying to temper. Teams don't like to share communities with each other, but I think the uniqueness of our facilities and the quality will hopefully get those filled. And then venue-specific training sites. So for the teams that travel here to play matches, they get to practice match day -1. So they'll travel 2 days before, they'll practice 1 day before, and then they'll play the match. The 2 venue-specific training sites, so for those teams, is Children's Mercy Park and CPKC Stadium. So those facilities are being utilized. They're just being utilized not by a base camp, but by the teams that are traveling here to play matches. When you look at our schedule, we could have anywhere between 10 teams and 15 teams, so 10 to 15 different countries traveling through our region for these matches. There are lots of planning areas going on. I know one area that we talk a lot about is safety and security. FIFA is really organizing the planning across all of the host cities with these 18 different areas of focus. Everything from emergency preparedness to public safety, emergency response, cybersecurity, fire and EMS as well. So 18 different areas of focus that are currently utilizing about 250 people in our region are engaged in the planning, and 40, I think it's 48 different departments. We are also coordinating with the federal government and federal agencies as well, and requesting resources from them for some of these critical areas. Another thing I wanted to make sure you all were aware of, and Tracy Welpley here, our Director of Regional Impact, is leading an effort that we're calling KC Game Plan. It is a small business program that we're really trying to help small businesses understand where visitors are likely to travel so that they can gauge, do you need to increase the supplies? If you're a restaurant owner, are you going to have a lot more increased traffic where you should order additional food? We're also wanting to collect businesses that are interested in doing business with us, with FIFA, or with other communities that are putting on events. We're kind of consolidating a list by area and providing that out and utilizing that list to really source things that we need to buy and things we need to procure. But lots of other communication and help with gauging the expectations of the small businesses through the KC Game Plan effort. And I know the folks here in Wyandotte County have been very tied into that effort, and we're really excited about the partnership that's building as well. And then volunteers. We are going to need thousands of volunteers, and that program is launched to allow people to sign up. The official application will open soon, early mid-August. I guess tomorrow is technically early August. Okay, give me a week and a half or so, and that application will go live. But we're really trying to generate a lot of excitement in the community to have volunteers sign up. the volunteers are such an essential part of people's experience when they're in our community. We want those folks to welcome people. We want to be culturally sensitive. We think about 10 to 15 different countries coming through here. We want to make sure that everybody feels that Midwest nice and that Kansas City welcome when they come. So really encourage your community to sign up to volunteer. It'll be a great opportunity to interact with the tournament. So with that, I think that's the end of kind of my overview slides. Alan said we could ask a few questions, but I know they want to get into presenting their proposal as well.
Yes. Quickly, who's with you? Could you?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Jason Sims is our Director of Transportation. He has been doing just a phenomenal job bringing his expertise from KC Scout and the transit operation here in the region. And Tracy Welpley is our Director of Regional Impact. So she's the one operating and helping to coordinate with communities on events that they want to hold, but also the small business effort that we were working on. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Maybe a little bit of an off the wall question, but I feel like this quantity of people is going to generate a ton of trash. Is there like any kind of coordinated effort for recycling specifically?
Yes.
So that doesn't all end up in our landfill.
Absolutely. There are a number of recycling efforts that are underway, both at the stadium. Arrowhead has got some really great sustainability efforts that they are incorporating now and for the tournament. We are also doing a lot of planning for Fan Festival and just kind of what that trash profile looks like, how we can incorporate recycling into that as well. So we are planning for that. We are considering sort of the sustainability side and trash side. In fact, we were just talking about different ways for some of the hospitality and hosting and catering and things like that we're going to be doing, wanting to identify ways that we can provide that food back to the community where it's needed as well. So we're thinking about all of those waste streams and making sure that we're not missing an opportunity to benefit the community. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns.
Thank you for your presentation here. When will we know what countries may be coming to our region?
Great question. The final draw is when they populate that match chart. That will happen in early December. We're still waiting on the final date from FIFA, but teams will continue to qualify. So 48 teams can qualify. I believe we're up to, I think, 18 now. And so the additional teams will be qualifying through the fall. And then there will be a few more teams that'll still qualify after the final draw takes place. But we will have a much better idea of who's playing here in December.
Okay. And my state representative out there in the crowd, she promised that we would get Croatia in downtown here.
You know,
Is that right?
I have heard that there is a prayer chain going. So I have heard that. I know that there's a lot of excitement in the community and certainly we'll be very excited for the representatives community if that happens.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious, just from you all's perspective, how y'all have seen other cities, particularly in Kansas, prepare. I mean, I've seen kind of bits and pieces of what Johnson County's doing, Overland Park, Olathe. Just how do we compare and kind of track with some of the other first-class cities on the Kansas side of the metro?
Oh, well, I think you guys have really created an excellent foundation with the task force. Lawrence has stood up I think they are labeling it a unified command in how they are thinking about the tournament. But we have been in front of the task force. I think all three of us at one time or another have gone and presented to the task force. I know they're thinking about really how you can bring benefit to the community in lots of different ways. And they are also very involved, city staff as well, in the planning and both on the safety and security side as well as transportation, how they can integrate into some of the things we're planning for the tournament and make sure you all are prepared as well. So I would say you guys are doing a phenomenal job. Johnson County, as well as Overland Park and some of the other cities in Johnson County have stood up committees as well that are exploring some of these things. And I'm going to get myself in trouble, but I don't know that I've seen a report come out in as formal a way as your task force.
Gotcha. Okay. And then what has been, from you all's perspective, have you all thought about, or are there efforts of engaging neighborhoods or particularly neighborhood associations? Just because, I mean, we kind of talk about the elephant in the room, right? We have short-term rentals that have grown very, very fast in our community. And I think rightfully so, there's some anxiety of what the World Cup will do to our neighborhoods and just what guests, right, will do. And so I'm just curious if you all have thought about that and if there are ways that we can assist you in that, just because we want as best as we can to make sure that our guests have the right etiquette to make sure that they are being a benefit to our city.
Gotcha. Yes, absolutely. One thing, and I want to stick to, I know there's a lot of conversation about this in the community. We've heard it from both sides of the state line, lots of different parts of the community. When the bid was submitted, every host city had to demonstrate that they had 55,000 hotel rooms within a certain travel distance from the stadium. So we had to demonstrate that. And we have sufficient hotel rooms to accommodate the visitors that are coming for World Cup. That being said, we also know that there's kind of traveler preference. People may prefer to stay in more of an Airbnb or VRBO style accommodation. So as it relates to kind of our planning and what's available in our community, I know that we're going to have accommodation capacity to house everyone. I know that there's a lot of like local considerations related to policies around short-term rentals. I think that really is up to each individual community. One thing that we can certainly share back that was recently released, Airbnb did a study of every host city to really demonstrate the demand and then likely interest in kind of cost per person per night. So for folks that are considering either making their home a short-term rental if they have that ability through local ordinance and other regulations. There is a study that could kind of show what that opportunity is. I think that I have heard some pretty extravagant claims about what somebody could make if they put their home on. So I think that study might really help level set what the opportunity really is. So we'll be happy to share that study back.
Please do. Thank you, Mayor.
Mhm.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner King?
Thank you, Mayor. Does anybody have an idea how many buses it's going to take to move all these people around?
Yes. Yes, Jason, like I said, I got the expert. So we have been working on that. We've been modeling that. Kansas City, thanks to Jason and our transportation team, we were the first to the market to secure our first host city buses. We secured 200 to start with. We know that we may need to plus up that number a little bit, or maybe plus down that number depending on what that service profile looks like and the distance from the stadium that we need to move folks. So we have 3 major requirements from FIFA. We need to move people from the airport downtown. We need to move people from downtown to the stadium. And another thing that we're thinking about from our board's perspective is really making sure that we're helping people move throughout the community. So we're looking at some regional connectivity solutions as well. So those 200 buses are really built, and FanFest to the stadium. I knew he was thinking of the last one. From Fan Festival to the stadium and downtown to the stadium. So we got to get everybody to the matches. And so those 200 buses are going to be used for all of those services. And but we are continuing to model as we kind of refine what sites we could potentially use for park and ride locations to help with that stadium movement. And we may need to plus up our number.
I would rather you go ahead and plus up now and have more than what you really need. And if you don't need that many, let somebody else have them. But if you start out at 200 and you realize you need 210, you're 10 buses short.
Well, Commissioner Kane, you'll be very happy to hear that in our contract with our bus provider, we have built in clauses that we could plus up by 10% without having to go out and re-procure additional. So we are working with them on that and have certainly accommodated for that within our contracts. Mhm.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez?
There we go. Okay, yeah. So as a small business owner, would you suggest that maybe just go buy a whole bunch of buses, or at least get them leased out and ready to go for this time? As far as like, I
Yeah.
mean, yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I think, there's going to be, for the KC 2026 operation, I know we're working to secure buses. I think there are going to be other travel groups and tours that may also be looking for bus service during this time. And with 11 other host cities, there's only so many buses in the market that can accommodate that. So I would certainly never venture to give anybody advice on investing in such a large asset, but I certainly do think there's going to be a lot of demand for transportation, both individual passenger transportation as well as additional tours and tourist activity that may need more of the touring style bus.
So let me ask you this: Are we going to be busing these people around for free?
We are currently exploring what our system is going to look like. We are looking at what that charge, if we were to apply a charge, what kind of revenue that could be, and also wanting to work with all of our partners in the region to determine kind of what services may be charging at that time as well. We don't want to be completely inconsistent, but we certainly are exploring putting a fee on utilizing the transportation system. And as far as the park and ride locations, I think we would confidently say we are for sure charging for the parking spot to go to the stadium.
So why don't we just figure out how much it costs to fuel a bus, drive it around all day, and then go off of that, put some numbers together. I wouldn't really care what other people are charging in other cities. They're over here. This is what we charge. If it's $10, $20 a person, $30 a person. I mean, this isn't a, we need to be done with all these freebies. Okay, because we need to, come up with some numbers and maybe put the little credit card runners or whatever in these buses, or I would suggest just where they have to pay with the card. That way we're not having bus drivers running around with a bunch of cash and possibly getting robbed.
Yeah.
So we don't need to be busing these people around on our taxpayers' dime. We need to start charging something. We need, let's get there's something figured out where they can even open an account. But yeah, that's what I would I would recommend that. Because if you guys aren't, if the city, if we decide that, well, hey, we're not going to charge anything, well, then heck, I might just go buy some buses, but I'd rather, here's the thing is, we need to turn some money here, and we can't be busing people around for free.
Well,
So,
thank you. I definitely appreciate those comments and the recommendation. And I think we're headed that direction for sure. And one tool that we plan to use, to your question about kind of cash and drivers having large amounts of cash, there will be a tournament app that we plan to have both the Fan Festival pass ticket. It's free to enter Fan Festival, but we're going to have to figure out how to manage the capacity. So we're going to ticket the event, even though it's free. So everybody will have to sign up and register. If we have the transportation pass, it would be a cashless system that would be utilized through an app. So we don't intend to have drivers collecting any sort of cash for a transportation pass.
Okay, now let me ask you this, and maybe this is one of the things that our administrator is not getting answered, because he even said, hey, they're not telling us a lot of things. Um, does FIFA get a piece of the pie of, from even, revenue from our buses that are busing, that would say we're charging them $30 a pop to move them here, there, or whatever? Does FIFA now get a piece of that? Because we're taking them to the games.
No. I can solidly say no. FIFA will not receive any revenue off of any services we're providing. So the transportation service, they would not receive a portion of that revenue. One thing that they do get to collect revenue on is parking at the stadium. There will be some amount of parking that's at the stadium because they are utilizing that full property. They would collect the revenue from the stadium. But our services and even Fan Festival, there are some revenue lines at Fan Festival. All of that would be revenue that would stay with the host committee.
Now, as we get closer, when you said no, as of right now, no, or is this
No.
one of the things that they're not telling us that we're gonna find out when we get closer to their date, to these dates?
No, it is a solid no.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Okay, all right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burns.
Yes, one more question. I see in the projected travel profile that at the last ages 50 to 69%, to 69 is 22%. What about senior citizens that are over 70? Do they not attend?
I sure hope so. Those are travel profiles that we receive from FIFA, so I don't know why they didn't capture kind of that higher age bracket. But I am sure that we'll have attendees. I'm assuming that the percentage wasn't, I shouldn't speak for FIFA. That's the profile we got from them, so I can't speak to why there aren't.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Yeah, and thank you to the team too for being here in case I got way too out over my skis. So
Thank you so much. And thank you to the team that came, and we're glad to have Wyandotte County's own Pastor Jason Sensor with us with Mount Carmel. He's done a phenomenal job here locally, historically with his family. So we're glad to see him on the center stage in the Kansas City Metro. We're glad to have one of our own there that we can be proud of. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Alan Carr with Visit Kansas City, Kansas, co-chairing the Mayor's Wyandotte County World Cup Readiness Task Force. So we're going to talk about our recommendations on how we can best prepare here in Wyandotte County. I think Lindsay was able to give you a good overview of the official events and the official planning. And as you heard, we do have some official events that will take place here in Wyandotte County. So that is a great opportunity for us. But for the task force itself, our purview was how can we best benefit the residents and businesses of Wyandotte County from this event. So that's really what we focused on. I'm going to skip a few of these as Lindsay covered. One thing I will note on the schedule, and you'll hear a little bit about this, this event does fall over some key holidays that I think offer some great opportunities for groups in our community. That includes Juneteenth falls during this period, and there's actually a match in Kansas City the next day. And Independence Day also falls during this period, which happens to be the 250th birthday of the United States. So there's a lot of great opportunity for neighborhoods and groups to get involved with some special events during the tournament. I'm going to skip over to our recommendations here since you've heard a lot of this already. So as mentioned, this task force was started, I believe we started back in November of 2023. So we've actually been meeting for quite a while. And as I mentioned, the mayor formed this task force, and we really set 3 key priorities for us. Ensuring that we are ready here in Wyandotte County for those official events and for all of that will take place here. Making sure that we can promote businesses and events here in Wyandotte County to World Cup visitors. We want to make sure that this is an opportunity for our businesses to benefit, to find some customers and make some revenue. And third, we want to make sure that any visitors for the World Cup that find their way into Wyandotte County have a good experience and look at how can we best prepare our community and make sure that we are a welcoming community for these visitors from across the world. So with that, we formed the task force. We tried to get a broad representation from throughout all of Wyandotte County. You're going to hear from myself and then 3 of our work group leads that I'll introduce in a second on the specific recommendations that we made. Through this process, we really did try to have a collaborative public process. We held 2 public comment sessions where the public could come and speak. We put out a survey and we actually received more than 50 different submissions from the public on ideas of how we can best prepare. And many of those things made it into our report. Through it all, we had hundreds of suggestions submitted, and we had nearly 100 people that participated in our different meetings that took place on this topic of how we can best prepare. To organize ourselves, we divided into 4 areas that we could look at on how we can best prepare the county. The first is marketing. How can we market to these visitors to make sure we can attract them into Wyandotte County? I headed up that work group, so I'll talk to you a little bit about those recommendations. The second area is on-site experience. So as I mentioned, when making sure that when those visitors come to Wyandotte County, they have a good experience. So things like signage and beautification, et cetera. Representative Pam Curtis led up that group, and so you'll hear from her on those recommendations. We also wanted to think about neighborhoods and residents. How are they impacted? How can they participate and have some community pride during this event? And so that was a really important area. Linda Hostin Sutton, who's a community volunteer and board of trustee at KCK Community College, led up that area. And so you will hear from her on those recommendations. And then finally, businesses and workforce. As I said, making sure that this benefits the businesses of Wyandotte County. Greg Kindle with the EDC headed up that area. So we put together a series of recommendations, and you'll find that in the full report. It is about 42-page report. There's a 2-page summary that is a really good summary if you just want to read 2 pages. But you'll also find a chart at the end with all of the specific recommendations that we made from the task force. We are not going to go through all of the recommendations this evening. We're going to kind of give you the broad strokes, but we would be happy as we go through those sections to give you answer any questions there on those recommendations. A couple of things I want to point out here. One of the things early on that we identified, our purview is Wyandotte County. We are not any way involved in the planning that Lindsay talked about in terms of the official events. There is a separate group working with KC 2026 on getting Wyandotte County ready for those security and transportation needs. We are really focused on how our businesses and residents can prepare. So we're not looking at the official events, but how we can work outside of those events to attract visitors. And we also talked early on that we want to make sure that these things that we do, we are not just doing them for this 29-day period of the World Cup, but they're things that can have a lasting legacy on our community. They're things that we can use the World Cup as a catalyst to make our community a better place for our residents and for our businesses and for visitors in the future. So I do want you to keep that in mind as we really are looking at things that can have a lasting legacy here. We did, just as a matter of the report itself, we divided into kind of 3 areas. We call it recommendations, or the things that we think would best move us forward. We also included some ideas that we thought were good ideas, but they're likely a little bit harder and a little more costly to do. So if there's someone that's interested in championing those, we think they're great ideas, but we didn't add them into the formal recommendations. And then finally, we identified things we called big ideas. Again, these are going to be a little harder to do, but we think that they can have a really big impact in the community. So with that, we'll get to the recommendations. One other quick thing I just want to mention, with this report, as I said, we've been working since late 2023. There's a lot of limitations we had in putting together this report. There just simply is a lot we didn't know at this time. KC 2026 was still getting information. So we worked with the best information we had and how we can best prepare. With that in mind, you'll find we didn't go into a lot of detail with some of these recommendations. We tried to identify possible parties to take a lead on some of these ideas. We tried, where possible, to identify costs, although in a lot of cases, we don't have those estimates. But I think what we want to see, what we're recommending is that if there's things that the community or the commission feel like are ideas you want to move forward, if we can find someone that can champion that idea, that can do the work to get it done, and probably most importantly, pay for that, then those are really good ideas for our community. And I think that's where we are right now in this report, is getting your feedback on what are those things that would best benefit the community as we go forward. And funding, we know, is a big issue. It's been a big discussion on how do we pay for this as a community? How do we make sure that we don't burden our residents with additional costs for the World Cup? And so one of the things that we have committed at Visit Kansas City, Kansas, is to spearhead a fundraising effort to help raise private dollars to fund some of these initiatives that can be legacy projects for our community. So through our newly formed Visit Kansas City, Kansas Foundation, we are going to be raising money to help fund projects that can improve the visitor experience, better our community, make businesses ready, and look at special events that can happen during the World Cup, but also potentially continue on after. So we did just completed a RFP looking for a fundraising agency, and I'm happy to share tonight that we have hired a group to do that work for us. They're here in the audience. It's 2 women-owned businesses that have teamed up for a broad fundraising effort for our World Cup related activities here in Wyandotte County. One is probably a familiar face to you, Maureen Mahoney, who is the CEO of Mahoney KC. She spent her career improving the lives of neighbors here in Kansas City, Kansas. She's a longtime resident, a former lawyer and prosecutor, with the majority of her practice spent in child welfare. She was chief of staff for 8.5 years to 2 different mayors, Mayor Holland and Mayor Alvey. And after leaving the city in 2022, she formed her own consulting business. And so she will be the point person for our fundraising campaign here in Wyandotte County. She's partnered with Lisa Polofsky, who is the CEO of Polofsky Consulting. Lisa has more than 25 years of experience in fundraising, including capital campaigns, grant writing, and donor solicitation. She's been involved in numerous fundraising campaigns here in Wyandotte County. Most recently, she was part of the fundraising team for the new KCK Community College downtown campus. She has also great sports experience, is a member of the Greater Kansas City Sports Commission, and served as president for Win KC. So we believe that the 2 of them will really help us to raise some funds. We have set a goal, we hope, as part of the overall effort to raise $3 million as part of this effort to fund some of these activities. And the 2 of them who are here believe that is doable. So we're looking forward to that. So with that, I'm going to get into the recommendations and we'll go through that. The first area and I'm going to talk about is special events, because I think that opportunity to attract those visitors either for watch parties in the matches or between matches is one of the greatest opportunities we have here in Wyandotte County. Of course, Lindsay talked about those official events, the training camp and base camp. We don't really touch on those on the report. As I said, that planning is happening separately. But we know that there will be some activities and involvement required from the UG on those events. We do believe, though, that watch parties are a great opportunity for our community. And we want to make sure that those that want to host watch parties have the opportunity to do that. FIFA and KC 2026 are working on what the licensing requirements will be, so that information hasn't been released yet. But we want to make sure we share that with businesses so they understand what those opportunities are. One of our proposals, one of our big ideas is that we have a watch party centered in Memorial Hall here in eastern Wyandotte County. We know out west there's likely to be a lot of events, and if you saw the news, Sporting at Children's Mercy Park renovating their plaza as well as a potential watch party site out west. We want to make sure that there's a vibrant district here downtown and in eastern Wyandotte County. So we're proposing that Memorial Hall host a series of watch parties to attract residents and visitors into Wyandotte County. One of the things that we think is a great opportunity with this site is the fact that it is indoors, unlike some of the other sites. So if it's a warm summer, it will offer air conditioning and a great way to escape the heat. And we foresee this spreading out into the street with food trucks and vendors. And then you go a few blocks away and you have St. John's and all the activity they're planning around Croatia. I think it can create a really vibrant business district here for businesses for the World Cup. The other area that we really focused on is what we're calling community activations. So non-soccer related events, but events that can draw people into Wyandotte County in between matches when they're looking for things to do. And as I mentioned, we think there's great opportunity around Juneteenth and Independence Day for groups and neighborhoods to organize events. We also want to make sure we're highlighting our history, so we're of events planned or in consideration, and so we're working to see what we can do to support those events. As I mentioned, I'm not going to go through all of the recommendations, but those are in the report, and you can. We're happy to answer any questions about that. But I'm going to turn it over now to Representative Pam Curtis, who oversaw our on-site experience group.
Thank you, and thank you for having us, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator. It's great to be with you, and appreciate the opportunity to share some of the recommendations that we heard from the residents as they participated in our discussion groups. So the group that I led, of course, is the on-site experience. And so we really focused on a couple of things. We focused primarily on the eastern portion of our county, knowing that a lot of those things will be taken care, a lot of details will be taken care of in the western part of the county. So we focused primarily on the eastern part of the county. We also focused not only on the visitor experience, but we also focused on the resident experience, knowing that during the World Cup, people are still going to have to get to work. They're still going to have to take their kids to camp. They're still going to have a lot of the day-to-day functions that have to happen. So we broke it up into 5 specific areas. The first area that we focused on was signage in the communication category. The recommendation in that category that received the overwhelming support and encouragement was the need for some good wayfinding signage, particularly in the downtown KC area to help visitors navigate the infrastructure challenges that we have, and to be able to get to our historic sites and to enjoy the taco and the barbecue trail and to see and experience the places that we all like to share. The other ideas in that category that came up were banners that we see, on the poles, light poles, and also the need for internet hotspots. That was something that we spent quite a bit of time focusing on, is that in today's world with the need for internet access, that we may have to see if our providers can provide some additional, hotspots in areas where we know that there's going to be a lot of traffic. And then translation tools was another topic that came up. And then moving on to the placemaking and art category, there's really two ideas that emerged from the group as priorities that they felt should be priorities. First on the list is to create welcoming gateways, to really focus attention on the areas where people come into our city, to make sure that they are welcoming and inviting. The group also thought that it was a good idea to focus on areas where we're going to have gatherings. So, there's going to be a lot of people perhaps taking public transportation, and create kind of mini festivals that would create a welcoming environment as they're waiting to move on to wherever their destination is. We actually had somebody willing to champion that idea, and I know that the Latino Arts Foundation, that they are working to seek some funding and to create some mini festivals, working perhaps with our schools in doing that with some of the events that'll be taking place in and around town. Then the next category, beautification. That again is much like the placemaking. We've really focused on the gateways to our city, just looking at ways to clean them up, make them look beautiful, inviting. One thing that did come up is the need for trash cans. Commissioner Bynum had mentioned about, we will have a lot more trash with a lot more people in our community. So that might be something to think about. Transportation and parking. On both of these next two categories, transportation and parking and safety and security, we really felt that in those two categories, you really need to focus on coordinating regionally. And so we didn't delve a lot into those two categories. We felt pretty comfortable when the director of the UG Transportation had spoken to us about some of the planning that was going on with identifying park and rides and trying to coordinate those efforts. And so I think in those two categories, the real takeaway is that you have to have regional coordination. So we need to make sure that we are working regionally to make sure that both safety and security and transportation and parking are thought of in that way and taken care of. In our safety and security category, of course, it came up, to have a plan to reduce panhandling and loitering were two issues that came up. Another issue that came up that was kind of surprising was stray animals. And the reason that I mentioned that here tonight is that there was a announcement recently with Purina that they are one of the regional sponsors for KC26. So I'm just hoping that maybe there'll be some partnerships. When they were announced as a sponsor, they said they wanted to make Kansas City the most pet-friendly World Cup city. So when the topic did come up, though, I have to tell you, there was only praise for our KCK Animal Services. And there was just a very sincere acknowledgement of the work that the staff and the volunteers there do as they care for the animals in our shelter. So they do an amazing job, and they deserve a lot of credit. So hopefully there'll be some partnerships there. So that concludes my on-site experience recommendations. As Alan said, there are a lot of other details behind there, and happy to answer any questions or to share the conversations that we had. And I will forward this on. Did I go too far? And we will have Linda Hoskinson come up and talk about neighborhoods and residents. There we go. I guess we had a lot of recommendations.
Thank you, Representative Curtis, and good evening to our mayor and our commissioners. As I mentioned earlier, I'm on the Board of Trustees at Kansas City, Kansas Community College, but I'm not here in that capacity. And I want to be very transparent about that because I want people to realize that as a Board of Trustee member, individually, we cannot commit or have authority to present the college and participate in anything. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone, especially if any community members are listening, that I'm not here in that capacity. I'm a community member who's interested in helping with this. And with that being said, neighborhood and residents, that we had many robust conversations. We met many times, and thanks to Alan, we were able to meet in his office. We had people in person, we had people online with us. We got a lot of our ideas from the surveys that people could complete online, but we also had a lot of people who within our group had a lot of good ideas. And whatever we're planning to do is going to affect the neighborhoods and the residents. And that's why that is very important. And that's why we have to make sure that we educate the public on what's going to happen and so that they will be prepared. And I heard one of the other meetings, people are not excited about this. But I think overall, if we can help educate the community, it will go a long way. And some of the areas that we talked about was engagement and how do we engage the neighborhoods and the communities. I think one of the things that we can really draw on is this no secret, is the fact that Wyandotte County is one of the most ethnic diverse communities in the country. So we can play that up. We can feel proud and want people to come here and visit us for that reason, because they may see someone who looks like them. So with that in mind, we said that we need to develop communication resource kit, because so many people will not know. Within the community, will say, well, what are all these people here for? We don't know. So if we could put something together to educate the community about this and what it can bring to Wyandotte County. Organized community cleanups, and I know that's ongoing. And again, with neighborhood and residents, we were also thinking legacy. We don't want any of this to just be like a one-time deal. We want it to be exciting and fun for the whole community. So if people organize and start cleanups now, we don't want it to seem like, oh, we're just cleaning up for the World Cup. After the World Cup is over, let's continue to take pride and keep our neighborhoods clean. Big ideas, grants for neighborhood tourism and site events. We know that this could be big. And I know Alan is planning some events, but depending on what the resources are, we could have community events. Ideas to consider, contest, adopt a team, sister city engagement. As I said, we had a lot of good ideas come from our committee. We had about 20 people actively participating in our group, and I think that spoke volumes that the community is interested. We just got to engage them. Kansas City could be considered a soccer town. So we thought of youth and soccer, and that's another area for legacy. We get started with the World Cup. We already have soccer in some of our schools. We have Sporting Kansas City. We have KC Current. So with that, how can we build on that as a legacy so that after the World Cup is over, we will still have a big interest in soccer here. And I just said that, yeah, promote soccer as an asset. Big idea, sportsmanship campaign, anti-bullying, racism, tied to the fair play that's in FIFA, because we know that there's a lot of bullying and what have you going on in the schools. So this is a way we can get our youth involved, get them interested in this, and to make a difference. Ideas to consider, mentorship, clinics, tournaments, engage in youth, and that would be some of our schools. And we already have a commitment from the Kansas State School of Blind because they have a pitch field, and they are going to promote that as a way of diversity because it's the only one in this area. So just many ideas are coming from this group. A big idea is to consider a pop-up soccer pitch. Then resident impact. Now that's a huge, huge one, and we realize that because some people are going to be welcoming into their neighborhoods. Other people will not want it into their neighborhoods. And we know it's going to impact traffic and parking. So that's why we wanted that part to be in here. Prioritize code enforcement along with key routes. Encourage property beautification, and that goes back to what Representative Curtis was saying, flowers, painting, trash removal. We had a lot of conversation about trash removal because there's the anticipation with this much traffic that there is going to be a lot. And so we want to encourage the neighborhoods, everyone, let's all work together to keep it clean. So that's why we need the neighborhood participation, neighborhood buy-in. We want the whole neighborhoods to be interested in doing this. And it's not listed here, but we did identify a lot of the neighborhood groups that could be contacted to be a part of this. And then housing. Educate homeowners on short-term rental policies. Big idea, host short-term rental application events, and protect tenants from evictions due to short-term conversion. Ideas to consider, temporary reducing changing the policies. That came up a lot in our committee because some people are interested, some citizens are interested in having rented out their home or what have you. And they say, well, the process takes a long time. And we say, well, we are a task force that's presenting ideas to the commissioner. We can't tell you what's going to happen. We can just ask them to consider these things. And leading into that, this kind of speaks to what Lindsay was talking about before. You see this, they did a survey. Survey was by Deloitte, but it says neighborhoods and residents short-term rental. And it says, according to a study commissioned by Airbnb on World Cup impact in KC, 67% of individuals in KC Metro are willing to rent their property on Airbnb during the World Cup. 11,000 visitors are projected to stay in KCK area Airbnb. And then the average KC Airbnb host to project to earn $3,500 during the World Cup. So that's just something for you to consider. It is going to have an impact. So at the end of the day, when it comes to the community, we want the community to say, oh, wow, it was exciting to have the World Cup here and the things that we learned and the things that we were able to participate in. So we want our visitors to come in and have a good time, but we're also thinking about the impact that it's going to have on the residents. And that's why it's part of this whole recommendation package, because it is going to impact the citizens of Wyandotte County in one way or another. And we want it to be in a positive way, that they are impacted. As I said, a lot of good ideas came out of our out of our group. Okay, it's into the top one, that the middle one, okay, the middle one that moves it forward. And as the other, it's not moving, participants, I will not go into all of our recommendations, but you do have them there. Oh, okay. In front of you. And we will be taking questions at the end. And now if Greg wants to come up and talk about his part of it. Thank you.
We got one question, Commissioner King.
Could you come back up, please? I won't be here, but one of the things you might want to consider during this time frame is to loosen up our Airbnb stuff, because we're only allowed to have one on per block. And I think we'd be better off for 45 or 50 days or 60 days, whatever it is, to loosen it up so we can keep that money here. And it's just something that the commission will need to consider. But I think it'd be well worth the financial reward for us, or for Wyandotte County as a whole, to do that on a short-term basis. And that's just my opinion.
Well, yes, and, we got ourselves educated on the short-term rental. We had the planning office come and talk to us on more than one occasion so that we would understand the process. And we understand that it is a lengthy process. And that's why we're recommending that you do make some exceptions. I don't know if exception is the right word to use, but consider modifying it or something so that it can happen sooner, because actually the World Cup is up on us already,
Right,
so
right.
about a year out. All right.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know Commissioner Bynum and I were kind of the two who pushed for that density ruling of the 1 per block, just because of in my district, and I believe I don't remember which other district, is their Strawberry Hill, where the majority of those STRs are. And it was just to regulate the density, to ensure we maintain the neighborhoods. I would like to see how well we can regulate that. If to have a very short, as it's been said, a short-term rental, just a brief period where we can loosen that restriction, but at the same time, I would just like to see how that's perfectly regulated, so that we can maintain the character of neighborhoods. Because I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback from my constituents in Rosedale against any changes. But I'm going to do my best to work with the commission, work with the community, find compromises, and reiterate, these are going to be temporary changes. But I just want to make sure that it's properly regulated and that our staff has the resources to watch what's happening.
Yes, I agree, and that's why we had said that traffic, that's a concern. And so all of that has to be taken into consideration. And I think Rosedale community did come up in the conversation, as well as Strawberry Hill. But we had people from the Strawberry Hill who know the enforcement, and they want it changed, because there's some people there who want to rent their property out. So they were very vocal in wanting it to change. Okay. Anyone else before I walk away?
Yes. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. My comment is for Pam Curtis. Representative, I know you mentioned Purina, but we have Hills in Kansas. It's one of our #1 pet foods in the world. You might want to consider reaching out to Hills. They have a
Yes.
close working relationship with the legislature and others. Just kind of partial to it being Colgate-Palmolive owned Hills at one time, so.
I think that's a great idea. And yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Looks like I'm bringing up the tail end of this presentation. Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. So the EDC, along with a number of partners, including the KCK Chamber and Alan, was a key part of really pulling together the Business and Workforce Committee. We had a number of meetings, much like the other groups did. We consistently probably had 30 to 40 folks engaged, which I thought was a really strong showing among folks who showed up in person as well as online. And one of the things that we've done as part of this process is honestly just try to get a handle on where are all of our small businesses? How do we communicate with them? Because that's probably what the one big challenge that we had among all of this getting it started is just how do you do outreach? And so we did end up creating a distribution list of about 750 retailers and small businesses, some makers that we clearly identified, worked with the UG, the KCK Chamber, and the Bonner Springs Edwardsville Chamber of Commerce to compile that list. We did get some bounce backs, and we're still working through that, but we had a very strong list. And so this survey that we sent out was one of the things that we did as a result of the initial meetings, was just to see what did they want training on, what was the most important things to them that we needed to make sure that we spent some time and energy on. Again, this is all sustainable information, right? Helping them with marketing assistance. We have a deadline of the World Cup coming on, but frankly, we need to help our small businesses do a good job of having an online presence and being able to market to both local folks as well as regionally, statewide, and internationally, if they so choose. And so we sent out a survey. The responses came back. It was very clear from that survey that they needed more assistance with marketing. So we're focused on what that looks like. I'll go into a little more detail. Multilingual resources, which makes some sense. This is an international event. And so once we know who those actual teams are, that will help define that even more clearly about who we need to have more ambassadors with. And that's across all sectors, not just in the business side of it, but we want to make sure that we're approaching this from how do you make a best impression to the folks who are coming into our community. And then it's really kind of a split between security, planning, and then also international payment processing. And how do we make sure that we can in fact accommodate those international guests if they have not already done something with transitioning to dollar bills. And so we were a little surprised in terms of, what were we surprised about? We're a little surprised that none of our restaurants in particular were as concerned about logistics, about making sure they have enough food ordered to accommodate a higher visitor traffic count. And so that's something we're going to continue to monitor. And when we, probably in the next slide, but I guess I could kind of roll into this, that one of the things we're excited about with KC26 is one of their predictive heat mapping systems that they're working on to really identify when we have those teams in town, where do they anticipate that they will most likely be? And so once we have that information, and again, that will partly play into what teams are actually going to be playing here, but we can then roll out into those areas within the community and say, look, you need to anticipate a higher traffic count during these dates. And again, back to communication and making sure we have some methodology of communicating with these folks, largely through email, to say, this is what you need to be thinking about. And if you have not placed your orders, then you should have already been doing this. Now we're going to reach out to companies like Scavuzzo's, Mies Wholesale Foods, others in our community that are providing food to a lot of our retailers to say, look, are you already working on this? What does that look like? Presumably they are, but we want to kind of just keep doubling down on, let's not be short-handed, let's not be caught flat-footed with this. And then on the security side of it, it really is tied to making sure that our businesses have a security plan, that they're tapped into the KCK Police Department's camera system, if they have not already done it. Things, again, that are our legacy. This is not something that's just about the World Cup. This is just good business. So some of those kinds of things. We were also a little thrown that they didn't anticipate needing more staffing. Most of them indicated that they thought they could handle the increased business with the existing staff. They did not seem to have any issues with doing special events, extending hours, doing longer hours, coming in on the weekend kind of thing. We were a little surprised by that. We still think that's a likely problem. And so we want to do a little more education on that, but also have some resources available to them for temporary staffing. And also, just like it was noted with KC26 on volunteering, we think that there's probably some value in having a base of folks who are excited about being involved with businesses and just being a natural resource to tap into. I don't know if this is, there we go. And then on this last slide, I think really what comes out of this is that this group that we've pulled together, they aren't necessarily members of any chamber or our organization or any other group. That's really, we don't really care. What we want to do is have a long-term conversation and relationship with retailers and folks who have not traditionally been engaged. And that's going to take on some more forms. We've got to do more on some other languages in general. We have a very large Latino market, as you all know. And so we've got to figure out how we do a better job with that in general as well. But that conversation's come up several times within that business roundtable to say, look, this ought to be something that goes on beyond the World Cup. This is a great reason to pull it together, but not one that we want to see stop. And we should do it collaboratively. That's where that communication piece comes in, with having Alan and Renee and others from our local organizations being part of that. On the business operations side, we talked about language. There's some ideas around that. We've tried to remind them about traffic and just being prepared for that you've got to take a deep breath. This is about customer service, having a great customer experience, and to be thoughtful about it. That also means then, as we are working through training, this is another big piece of our interaction with KC26. As recently as yesterday, we had an opportunity to be on the phone with Tracy and really start talking about, let's make sure that we don't duplicate training programs, right? So there's no reason for all of us to go out and do that and spend any kind of money or effort to do that. Let's do that jointly. Let's make sure it's very regional in nature. The idea of helping businesses to be prepared from a marketing perspective is not special to Wyandotte County. It's not special to Kansas City, Missouri. This is a regional effort, and this is something we can do on a long-term basis. And if we have those as a webinar fashion, as well as in person, that's something that we can do ongoing. And so if we know from the survey what our businesses wanted, then that's what we need to dedicate most of our trainings to. And so that's helped inform us with that. I think it helps inform KC26 as well and make sure that we're not duplicating efforts. And then on the workforce side, even though we still think there needs to be some more assessment on that temporary needs side, one of the big ideas that we've already started working on is really through Monica Breedy. You all know that she's on our team on the workforce side. This idea that all of our school districts have academy programs of one type or another. And most of them are tapped into the Kauffman real world learning experience opportunity. And so we think that there's ways to connect those students with some of our small businesses that do not have a presence, do not have a marketing plan, maybe don't have a really good forward-looking opportunity to say, look, why don't we connect our students to some of these small businesses and make this a real-world learning opportunity and help a business at the same time? I think there's a lot to be gained from that. And that's, again, not something that has to stop with the World Cup. So we've already started that process. The school districts thus far seem very excited about it. The harder part there will be defining how many kids do we have? How many businesses do we really have that want to, take that on? And then making sure that those two things are matched up and that we've got the metrics. But those are details that we can work through. I think there's lots of stuff, but you can read through all that. But those are some of the big ideas. Thank you. Unless you have questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a variety of questions all over the board, not necessarily for Greg, actually not for Greg.
Perfect.
Is that okay? Is that time for that now? Okay. First of all, yay, Maureen and Lisa. That's awesome. I'm very excited about what you will do. Question about the watch party concept at Memorial Hall. So how many times are you thinking we can do that?
So that's something we are still gathering information on. So we're working with the county administrator's office to try to get some estimates on what the cost would be.
Like 108 times?
Probably not 108 times. So if you've heard about, I know in another community in Johnson County, Lenexa has their Pitch Lenexa. I believe they're planning 3 watch parties. So, we're going to look at what the cost is, what is the funding we have from potentially from private sources to help underwrite that, to how many watch parties we could host. We do think, as mentioned, because we have such an international group of residents here, that we're not just looking at USA watch parties, right? I think there's opportunity for countries around the world to bring our residents together for those matches. So however much funding we have is how many watch parties.
Because it seems like that would be fun to do more than one time. So it just occurred to me that we have here in Kansas City, we have some fairly famous athletes and other fairly famous people that reside here in Kansas City. And I just wondered if there'd been any conversations about like Patrick, like meet and greets for people like come meet Patrick Mahomes world, or Travis or Coach Andy or Bobby Witt.
I love all those guys.
So, or Mike Kane. Yeah, I just wondered if, had there been any discussion about them participating in activities where people could meet them as part of any of this?
Yes, and trying to follow the rules here. So Lindsay Douglas, COO with KC 2026 for those online. Yes, we have been looking at that and thinking about how we can incorporate some of those Kansas City stars into our programming, both at FanFest. We have a KC House concept that Tracy also works on. That's really going to be more of a trade mission in our backyard. So as we have all of these international visitors and business folks from across the world, how do we, tell the story of our business community in both a trade mission sort of way, but also a place to entertain them? And so how do we incorporate that? How do we really look at some of the folks that are in our region as those assets to really attract and help tell the story of Kansas City?
Is there merch yet? KC26 merch available?
There is. That is an area that FIFA does control, but they do have a website up for Kansas City specific World Cup merch. And I believe, and I'm going to look to Tracy, do we have that linked from our website yet? Yep. Okay, great. So the link is up on the KC 2026 website.
Thank you. And talking about the short-term rental, it's an important item and it's an interesting concept. I like the notion of some kind of modification because I do think that's an opportunity for people to maybe make a little money in a way that they hadn't thought of before. I think that's a really unique opportunity, but in the future, maybe we could discuss, I just keep thinking of some kind of modified time period for it, like I just want it for 60 or 90 days. And maybe that's the carve out that we could make, just a suggestion. And then I just was curious, Pastor Sims, is there any comment you would like to come and make to the body?
Oh, no, I'm not
Please.
really. Jason Sims, Transportation Director, KC 2026. I wanted to say the magnitude of 200 buses. If you look at the entire KCATA, we're really bringing in an entire new transit system. KCATA, their entire fleet for the entire region is around 200 buses. So I think we're going to be prepared and ready, and I'm certainly not proud.
Thank you.
I sure hope a bunch of those union or bus drivers are union.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have kind of a variety of questions if Representative Curtis actually can approach. And I'm so sorry, I am going to ask you a question just in your state legislature capacity. I know there's, and no worries if you don't have an exact answer, but I know that there's been some conversation of the state contributing to this effort. And I imagine a lot of that will be kind of out west, right? Just given the base camp and everything, but that could be kind of statewide. Do you have any other insight that you can provide that can just kind of help provide some color to that of what the state's contribution will be for preparations?
Sure. Pam Curtis from Kansas City, Kansas. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. The state actually has appropriated $28 million to help with the hosting in the region. All that $28 million will be spent on the Kansas side. And actually, Lindsay is probably in a better position to answer how that money is
Fantastic.
flowing. I know that there's an agreement with KC 26 and the Department of Commerce on how those dollars will spend. But certainly those dollars should be somewhat accessible to our community needs. So let me turn that over to Lindsay
Please.
and let her go into more specifics. Thanks.
Yes, Lindsay Douglas, KC 2026. As Representative Curtis mentioned, we did receive an appropriation from the state of Kansas. $28 million was appropriated after sort of the administrative cost. We are receiving $27.6 million or 0.4. Don't trust your brain. Should have brought notes.
You're good.
For the Kansas dollars, we have allocated those into areas where we are doing planning on the Kansas side. So the transportation effort is receiving a fair amount of those resources. Business attraction and marketing is receiving some of those funds, as well as safety and security. So when we think about the base camp locations and the venue-specific training site, there are multiple requirements for the host cities in securing those locations. So a big portion of our safety and security budget is personnel costs. When we think about whether we're paying for the policing services and EMS and fire services within the community, we want to make sure that we're covering those costs. So we have been in contact with your departments to make sure that they're giving us estimates of what they think that level of effort would take after they had the opportunity to review those requirements from FIFA. We've captured those costs, and we've got some of the Kansas dollars that are allocated specifically for that, as well as other needs associated with the tournament. We are looking at some specific assets that we could create that I think will help towards some of the recommendations from your task force related to wayfinding and signage, community events, thinking about how we can create sort of a kit of parts for folks to be able to utilize for some of those events. And Tracy's been working really closely with the organizations that, both the task force and your local leaders here in the room with us today around what they need, what we're hearing from the community. I know I've had several conversations with Representative Curtis about wayfinding, helping people find those businesses and those attractions in the county.
Music to my ears. I was not expecting that comprehensive of an answer, and so that is no, that's great. No, I'm just glad, because when we talk about infrastructure cost and public safety costs, we're probably transportation, right, is up there, but I don't think we've really mentioned that part, and that is a massive bill that I would really hope we would not put on our local residents to pay for, and so I'm glad that there was a way that we can use state dollars to assist with that. I'll just kind of have some other general comments before I conclude. I think including parks and NRC in these particular conversations will be very, very important, especially if we're talking about business licensing and short-term rentals. And then, of course, with our parks who are often responsible for maintaining our corridors and beautification and things of that nature. Some other revenue sources, we do have an existing community event budget that each commissioner has access to. And so I do think that that can be leveraged for the World Cup. And then we have the transient guest sales tax. I think 8% is too low. I think we should up it by 4% and see what we can do to make some of these particular plans come to life. And I do think that there's some opportunity for us to coordinate on what that looks like. And so, yeah, thank you all so much for this information. I'm really excited.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burns?
Yes. I don't want this to be a loaded question, but is there anything, task force members, that this unified government is not doing to help you along any better? And don't be bashful to tell us.
Well, I would say, I think in a lot of ways, we're still very early in this process. We're still getting some information about what's needed. I know the county administrator's office has been working, and I believe they're having weekly meetings on some of the areas of interest there. I think one of the things we weren't able to touch on too much within our report is, are there ordinance changes that you may want to consider? And I do think that's something for the commission to think about. You've heard about short-term rentals, and is that something you want to look at? I know several communities around the metro are taking a look at their regulations there. But there may be other things, things related to sidewalk dining. I know on the Missouri side, they passed the bills so that bars can be open later. I believe in Missouri, it will be 5 a.m. If the local community allows that. So there may be some things like that you may want to look at.
Yeah, but don't be bashful in telling us. We don't know unless you tell us. So I know, Pam, you have an opinion about that.
Well, I don't know if I have anything specific. I think, what we did was we gathered a lot of information from citizens. And so now I think what would help us, that those of us that will continue to stay involved in the World Cup efforts, is just to know, what you all think are the priorities and what you all are willing to spend some resources and some dollars to help make happen. And then I think beyond that, the World Cup's going to happen. Like, these people are coming regardless of what we do. So it's really up to us to figure out how we take advantage of it. And so that's kind of where we're at. We've got some great ideas. We know there are some things that have to happen just for safety and the sake of our community continuing to function during this time. But I think beyond that, it's really up to us to identify those things that we want to embrace and that we have champions for and that we think are doable, and just being reasonable, not setting expectations that we can't achieve. So that would just be my kind of 2 cents on a final comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hill?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question for Reverend Sims on transportation. You mentioned the chartered buses. I was wondering, is there any extra training around Lyft and Uber drivers? What's the uptick you expect in that arena and vans and stuff?
Well, certainly we've been talking with Uber and Lyft, and FIFA put on a great, what I would say, workshop for all the host cities to engage directly with Uber and Lyft. So it's been a question everywhere I go. How are we looking at? We have to analyze the capacity of rideshare in our region, and then how much we need to uplift based off how many people are coming. So it's been a week by week thing, and also we're having some opportunities now to look at what rideshare looks like at our stadiums, at our fan fest, and maybe leave some legacy behind there too. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I like this. I was commenting to Commissioner Davis because now it gives us kind of things that we can choose from. It gives us a list. Doesn't mean we have to do everything. Doesn't mean, but we can pick and choose what we think is going to be best for our community with the funding that we have. So I really do thank you guys for all the hard work. I look forward to it and working with you and the community to pick and choose what we can do to best set ourselves up for success. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Administrator?
I also want to just bring your attention with Lindsay that the KC-26 has a number of work groups that has been involving many local community departments. Transportation is one, security is another, and Wyandotte County KCK has had the public safety agencies working with the safety and security work group, and our transit department has been working with Reverend Sims on the transportation work group. And they've been working over a year, I believe, in both work groups to making sure that we're part of the regional approach in moving people throughout the system. And it's been quite an adventure. When I talk to our representatives in those work groups, when they're taking a look at the wider picture and how we contribute to that, and they come back and talk to me about those discussions. It's quite an eye-opening involvement when they say, hey, Wyandotte County, when they talk to us about our contribution to the wider picture, it's eye-opening to them because so many times they're so pigeonholed about our own little part of the picture day in and day out. And when they're talking about the World Cup and say, no, we're part of this bigger interaction to make this thing work, it's amazing when they come back, hey, we do have a wider responsibility. And so it's great to have that wider interaction, and we do have a wider responsibility, not just because we're being deemed a host community or a team, but because we do feel inclusive to make the Kansas City picture work. And I'm glad we are part of that. That means we are part of the Kansas City region. And they come back and they feel proud that, you know, it's more than just basic mutual aid. No, they're going to do what we can to make it work regardless. And so it's a good function to make the region work the best that it can. So just thought to let you know that KC-26 has these working groups, and if something happens, the region will come together.
Thank you, Administrator. I'd just like to say thank you to the executive team of KC 2026, our local World Cup Readiness Committee, all the staff, all the volunteers, more importantly, our community members that really weighed in. This is the value of task force. And you're seeing it at play right here. I know when Mayor Reardon, past KCK Mayor Reardon, who is now the executive director of the Greater KC Chamber, went out and did these tours. I went to a couple of them. And it was really profound, the information that was given. But what I took away was, again, that call to action, that we need to start preparing now. One thing I learned in leadership is that if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. And so, and with that notion, you have to plan and create strategies to accommodate, so we can be better prepared. So we know, I think Representative Curtis mentioned it, they're coming. And, you know, you don't want to be in a position where you're told ready or not. You want to have plans in place so you can say ready, set, go. And we're ready for anything that is happening. So I do appreciate all the work of the Grouter Task Force and our local task force. It is community driven, and I think that's really key. And you all have done good work to leave our commissioners with some things that they can ponder on. But I know, Mr. Carr, that the task force work is not done. I don't want that to be lost on the community. I've got about 4 months left as your mayor, and I know that the next mayor will pick up. It's not Mayor Garner's World Cup Readiness Task Force. It is the mayor's initiative that's driven as well it should be, and hopefully the next mayor will provide the continued leadership and vision that can hopefully, well, we know will be a successful event, not just in the greater metropolitan area, but right here in Wyandotte County. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to put Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas on the world stage and present respectfully. So after everybody goes home to their host nations and back to their communities, those thoughts and memories of their experience right here in Wyandotte County will lead them back here again, over and over and over again. And that word of mouth will get out that Wyandotte County truly is, the dot is truly the spot to be. There's great things here, great people, great iconic restaurants, venues, historic markers, and great places to see, and a lot of good things to do right here in Wyandotte County. And so I know the work is going to continue. So thank you all so much for your presentation. I know a lot of work. You're talking a long leg of work that has went into this, and a lot of hours that have went, volunteer hours. And I think people need to be reminded of that. I also want to say that correct me if I'm wrong, Chairman Carr, but I believe that you're still looking for any volunteers, any assistance. So if you want to talk about that, and I know that I noticed that on one of the slides, that really as we moved, and I know that the greater listed as well, people willing to volunteer is really going to be key when you talk about us being a host world state city. So if you want to talk about that briefly, and then just a little more on the marketing. That was one of my questions, and I know you've probably already got the answer for it, but just a portfolio that could be given out, or someone can go to our webpage that really highlights our iconic historic sites, our neighborhoods, our restaurants, our tourism venues, places to see, things to do, our parks, a listing of all our parks, so people that want to come and enjoy our parks. And then I think the last thing you heard from the commission, and I talked to the administrator briefly about it, is really maybe just a little work, task force, on what are those policy recommendations based on what other communities are doing, not just here in the KC Metro, but nationally, that maybe this commission can make an informed decision on seeing if that's something we want to implement here, either short-term or long-term, that could be of value for the event.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. This work is not done. This work is just starting, and we would love the community to be involved. I think there's still a lot of opportunity to get involved in some of these specific projects. As I said, one of the things we're looking for are champions for some of these initiatives. So if you're passionate about gardening and you want to contribute to that effort, if you're passionate about animals, there are ways for you to get involved and prepare us for the World Cup, but make our community better. So we encourage you to look at those opportunities, reach out, and we'll continue to connect you with the right folks. Volunteers are going to be key. You heard Lindsay talk about it. I think the first place, sign up with KC 2026. They need a ton of volunteers, and you'll have that opportunity. We also will be looking at how we can provide support for events taking place in Wyandotte County and have some locals help provide information and assistance with some of those things. So we'll be doing that. And then finally on marketing, that was one section we didn't get to. But we are working, that's something that Visit KCK is taking on those marketing efforts. We're currently working on a World Cup website. In fact, we're redoing our website, but we plan to launch a Wyandotte County website for visitors to the World Cup in the coming months. We'll be, as you said, creating some special publications and maps to help get visitors around and learn what they can do here. And we're also working on a community branding initiative. One of the things we didn't talk about was like the Super Bowl or Final Four, you cannot use the World Cup if you're a business unless you're a sponsor with FIFA. So you can't use those words. And so we're putting together a brand for Wyandotte County that we can use and the community can use to welcome those visitors. So we will have that in September.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you all again for your time, for your work. And we're excited and we're looking forward. So there's no further business for us in this special session. I'm going to entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane, Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you. We will reconvene for our normal commission meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you.
And we don't have a minister that's showing up tonight for sacred prayer. Would anybody in the audience be willing to do it so that we could kick off our meeting? All right. I could. What did I say?
Well, good evening, everyone. This is a regular session of a Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Full commission to include the planning and zoning portion. Today is July 31st, 2025. Before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioner, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom, by phone, or they're also on site. All participants joining by phone should please mute your phones at this time. And this is to avoid any background noise that could disrupt the meeting. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so that the public that is observing knows exactly who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General's office. If public comments are allowed on the agenda at any point, please make sure that you adhere to professional decorum that we require in these chambers. And just know that the Sergeant at Arms will be called upon to take care of any disruptions that are center around disorderly conduct. Also, when you speak, make sure that you speak clearly into the microphone. And this is really important, as the clerk needs to make sure that any comments that you give are captured accurately for the record. I'll now call this meeting to order. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Bynum?
Here.
Burrows?
Here.
Townsend?
Here.
Burns?
Here.
Ramirez?
Here.
Hill?
Here.
Kane?
Here.
Lopez?
Here.
Stites?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Garner?
Here, thank you. At this time, I'll ask everybody to please stand. Commissioner Dr. Hill will be given the invocation tonight, immediately followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'm going to ask everyone to please bow their head. Heavenly Father, we just say thank you. Thank you for another day. Thank you for another moment in time when we have an opportunity to do your work. We just pray for unity, and we pray that you would help us to make the right decisions, that your Holy Spirit would lead us into all truth, that you would make us one to serve our community and to help one another be the best that we can be. In Jesus' precious name, we ask and believe it done. Amen and amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm going to do all. Thank you, Dr. Hill. Many of you were out last night and observed the visual for fallen Sheriff's Deputy Ming, and Chaplain George Kemper officiated over that, and he is one of the chaplains with the Fire and Police chaplains here at the Unified Government. Keep him in your prayer as well. He would have been here, but he had a death in his family as well. It's been a hard week here in Wyandotte County, and before I start the meeting, I'd just like for us to take a moment of silence. There was a young man that was tragically killed, I guess, in a construction accident, digging a ditch that tragically took his life. And we have retired Under Sheriff Larry Rowland that many of us remember that has served this community in a variety of capacities. Many of us know him from the Kansas Highway Patrol. That's where I first met him, and the work that he had done for decades. He was also the undersheriff under Sheriff Don Ash, and he served honorably, and we lost him this week. As a Kansas City, Kansas mayor, I want to thank our Wyandotte County community for showing an amazing outpouring of love to the Ming family. Those of you who haven't watched, Sheriff Deputy Elijah Ming lost his life tragically in a shooting incident. Just appreciate the community for showing love to the Ming family. Deputy Ming's loved ones, his colleagues, his close friends. Last night really represented a unified community standing in an unwavering solidarity, standing to uplift the Ming family, standing in support of our law enforcement professionals, standing against crime and violence anywhere, not just in Wyandotte County, but anywhere. Standing together in the quest for justice, standing as one community, completely united to honor the life of one of our beloved fallen heroes, Wyandotte County Sheriff Deputy Elijah Ming. I just ask that we keep standing united as one community, keep the memory of Deputy Sheriff Ming and all the good he represented as the beacon of hope for all of us to love our neighbors as we would love ourselves, and to work relentlessly to create a better, safer, and greater Wyandotte County. I know that's what he would want. I know that's what his family would want. We'll be proclaiming July 30th, 2025 as Wyandotte County Sheriff Deputy Elijah Ming Memorial Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas, to forever be memorialized in his honor. At this moment, let's be sure to keep his wife, his child, siblings, parents, and all his loved ones in your prayers, while also continuing to offer consistent love and support as they seek strength to navigate through the long road of coping with the devastating loss of someone they love dearly, which is Sheriff Deputy Elijah Ming. We'll take a moment of silence briefly before we start this meeting in honor of those that we have lost. Thank you. Clerk, are there any revisions to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mayor, there was an agenda update published. We have moved the ordinance approving change of zone 2025-006 and ordinance approving change of zone 2025-007 from the planning and zoning consent agenda to the planning and zoning non-consent agenda. That is the only change.
Thank you. That takes us to the mayor agenda. It's a presentation of our annual comprehensive financial report for 2024. I know a lot of you have asked for it. I've asked, and commissioners have asked, and I can tell you this year that our CFO and our auditor have delivered. And so I will turn it over briefly to our county administrator, Mr. David Johnston, and if you'd like to make some remarks and bring forth the presenters.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Annually, we are required to present to the commission our annual audit, and which is best practices is to present to you within by mid-year, our annual audit, the General Accounting Standards Board pretty much asks us to have the audit done by June 30th. Most municipalities in our country follows this schedule. We have gone back to this schedule, and so our auditor did comply. By June 30th, the audit was done. In July, our auditor did do the exit interviews with the mayor, myself, the CFO, the chairman of the ED&F committee by mid-July, and is doing the formal presentation of the audit before the full commission tonight. And then the CFO will forward the final audit to the state as required. So the auditor will be presenting that audit. We'll have introductory remarks by our CFO, Dr. Knieven, who will introduce our auditor. So Dr. Knieven.
Thank you very much. Shelley Knieven, Chief Financial Officer for the Unified Government. And tonight we're going to give you a brief presentation for the audit. You each have a copy of it. It's a lengthy document, so I know it takes time to get through. And if you have other questions or things that you want to know more about, we can always follow up with you later, but we'll keep our presentation fairly short today. But we do want to go through this because this is a terribly important part of what we do as an organization to ensure the public trust and accountability and transparency. And so with that, I'm going to introduce Jacob Holman, who is with Forbes Mazars, and he is going to start off the presentation, and then I'll make some comments. He'll go through more of the audit, and then I wanted to share a few other things that we're doing just as highlights to share that we hear you. We listen to what you say, and that we are doing things to try and make improvements and efficiencies and best practices and streamlining our operations and looking for cost savings. So I'm going to highlight a couple of those things as well. But first, let me turn it over to Jacob Holman with Forbes Mazars, and he'll start off our presentation.
Great. Thank you. My name is Jacob Holman, a partner with Forbes Mazars. And tonight I'm going to deliver the 2024 financial statement audit results. So here's a little agenda. I'll try to keep this short. From introduction, I wanted to just thank the key members of management that assisted our audit team. Management team, Dr. Shelley Knieven, Debbie Johnsher, Leslie Stroshine, and Pamela Cahow. Here's the key members of my team, myself, Shane Nickel, and Bridget Wells. And just high level a little bit about our firm. So our firm is one of the largest firms in the country. You'll see we have offices both in Missouri and Kansas, about 7,000 employees throughout the US. So it just gives you a little bit about the size and the breadth. So we are actually the largest firm, accounting firm, as it ranked by number of CPAs in the Kansas City metro. My role here in Kansas City is I actually lead our public sector practice. So I serve cities, counties, utilities, and community colleges throughout the Midwest. So with that, I'm going to turn it over for a couple slides for Shelley.
So Shelley Knieven again, CFO, we thought it would be helpful to talk about a little bit about what this means. What is a financial audit? We realize that you all as the mayor and commissioners often will hear this presentation at least once a year. But for members of the public, they may not really know what is a financial audit. What does that mean? And so we thought it would be helpful to just kind of articulate a few things about that. And in particular, talk about what are our financial goals as the UG, as the finance staff, as the CFO. And our three primary things is that we want to have financial accountability. we want to have transparency, and then we want to have sustainability. So those are our three primary goals, and there's been a lot of efforts with the mayor and the commission's direction to better improve those goals and to make strides in terms of expanding accountability, transparency, and sustainability. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of those. So in terms of accountability, tonight is one of those, is having an independent audit done. Not every city does an independent audit. The great majority do, but not every city does the audit. And this is an independent via contract, not reporting to anybody in the county administration, anybody in the finance department, anybody on the elected body. They are independent and they come in and they look at our financials, and their job is to make sure that we are accountable for the public dollars that we are entrusted to administer. Then we also, in terms of other accountability things, is that we've been doing the quarterly reports. You might recall that that was something that had kind of fallen off on with turnover in staff and with the new implementation of Workday and an ERP. And so again, we want to be accountable to you. And so we are doing quarterly financial reports. We are presenting those in a timely basis. And we want to make sure that you're getting the information that you need in order to make the best decisions that you can make, particularly when it comes to finances. In terms of other things that I wanted to highlight, is that we look for cost savings. We're accountable and we hear you, and it's your call to action is to look for cost savings. And that's something we routinely do. And we've talked a lot about Workday and about this new ERP, but we haven't talked about the efficiencies that we've gained. There were so many processes that were done on paper that are now done electronically, which saves staff time and allows us to be more productive. There are so many processes that are consolidated into one system, where before we had 3 different payroll systems, now it's part of our financial system. And we moved our staffing from 5 people down to 3. 3 people that do our payroll every week, because every other week they're doing fire and safety, police, and then they're doing the general employees. So every week they're doing payroll for about 2,300 employees. So with 3 employees, through cost efficiencies, through efficiencies in process. So using that technology for good, and we don't tell the story enough about that. And then I also wanted to talk about, in terms of other cost savings, one of the things that struck me was this year when the fire department brought forward the recommendations to you all that they could be more efficient in their services and not have to expand the number of ambulances that they had if they no longer did non-emergent transports. And that was a service that they had offered, but it was a service that they couldn't sustain. It wasn't financially sustainable. There's lots of examples of these things. We just don't ever really capture them all together and say, well, these are the things that really are happening. And then in terms of overall financial sustainability, this is something that the mayor and the commission have really taken a leadership on. If you look at our debt strategy, for example, that's an area that we took a look at because you asked us to. And we looked at it and we realized the way we were doing some things could be done differently, which would save millions of dollars, and that we needed to take a pause and needed to take a different strategy and approach in how we were doing debt in order to free up funding for our operations. And so 25 was the first year of a debt pause, and that's all about sustainability. So when we talk about an audit, I wanted to kind of step back, and some of this happened before I came, but I believe the mayor, when he first came into office, had commissioned and requested a couple of different studies be done. One of them was of the finance department, and it was done by a group called Robert Bob, and that particular report called out that it's a healthy practice to do an RFP and to have a new auditor come and assess your financial books and have that routinely done through an RFP. You select an auditor. You don't just continue with the same auditor as we had for 20 years. So we did that. We did an RFP. Forvis Mazars was selected as the new auditor, and they came in. We got a little late start because we went through that process, but and because we were in that Workday implementation. And I just wanted to know, in the last year, we have completed 3 comprehensive financial audits, and that is no small undertaking. If you look at the one that was done for 22, it was done behind schedule. Not the best practice, but it was what it was. We got it done in 13 months after the close of the fiscal year. Then the next one, the 23 ACFR, was done in November of 24. We got it done in 11 months. So we were headed the right direction. And now tonight, we're bringing you the ACFR that's done in July, or brought before you today in July, which is 7 months after the end of the fiscal year. Before you have the budget, you have the ACFR, you have the information, but again, realizing that the ACFR is taking a look backwards. It's looking at last year's financials, and it's looking at our money that we had in 24, and how is it that that money was accounted for. So we did hear you that you wanted this before you had the presented proposed budget, before you were asked to make a decision. So we made sure we had this on the agenda for you all. And then we will be well in advance of what Kansas state law requires, which is that within a year of the prior fiscal year, you have to file with the state your financials, your independent audit. So it's within a year that this has to be done. So January 1st of 26 is when this will have to be filed. Obviously, we'll do that sooner, which is great. We'll be more in line with what the county administrator noted in terms of best practices. But statutorily, we'll be well in advance of what the rules and the requirements are. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of those things. So then what is the purpose of a financial report? A comprehensive financial audit. And so this was a good discussion, a good thought in terms of, do people really understand what is this report? Because people hear audits and they may have different perceived ideas about what that means. And they might think it's a performance audit or operational audit, a financial audit, but what's that mean? So it really has these key goals as to the purpose of an audit. An independent assurance of financial accuracy. So this ties in very directly to one of our goals, is that we want to be accountable and we want to be transparent. And that is the purpose, the main purpose of the audit that is done in terms of our financials. It's very focused, it is focused on the financials. It's to promote transparency and accountability. So it ensures all of our funds were properly accounted for and spent within the proper purpose. And it's also a consistent way that you can compare cities, because the cities all adhere to the same accounting standards. So then you can start doing some benchmarking and comparing yourself to other cities, because we're all doing our financials in the same way. It enhances public trust because it's a check and balance. It's that independent review of the books. It evaluates internal controls, and the key about that and what that means is that's how you prevent fraud. That is how you prevent people abusing the system, is making sure you have proper internal controls. And let me give you an example. We have a system where payroll processes payroll. So we do not let payroll change anybody's pay rate. That has to be done in HR. That's a check and balance internally. That's an internal control. So that one person can't go in, change their pay rate and process payment. It's different entire departments that are doing those functions. And so part of what we do through an audit is look at all kinds of different internal controls to make sure we have best practices and proper practices in place to prevent fraud. It's also to make sure that we're compliant with laws and regulations. And again, that's to say that we spent the money as it was intended to be spent. And then it enables us access to capital markets. We've talked a little bit about this and how this is important in terms of our bond rating. But what this really is that it determines our financial health and our credit worthiness in terms of potential investors. When we have bonds, we sell the bonds. And they need to know that we are financially stable enough and we have credit that's worthy of them to make an investment. And that's all translated in interest rates. And so the better we are, the better our cost of borrowing is. So that just gives you a couple of highlights about why this is important and what this is. And I would say the progress that we've made over the last several years. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jacob, and he's going to talk about more specifics in this year's audit.
Thanks, Shelley. So this areas for consideration is in the management section. And the reason that this area is for consideration is one of the things that comes out of a financial statement audit. We look at a lot of transactions. We review all of the minutes for the last fiscal year all the way up through today. We spend a lot of time here. One of the things that also comes out of an audit is not just making sure the numbers are materially accurate and complete, which is the main portion of the audit, but we also look at the control environment as well as just provide best practices from working in the industry. So this slide really is just areas of consideration that came out of that control environment review, as well as some best practices. So there is room for improvement while the financial close process and timing is significantly improving. And I truly thank management for their hard work to get caught up. To get 3 audits out in 18 months is remarkable. It's really unheard of in the industry. The financial close process still has some room for improvement. So I did want to point that out. Inventory tracking within departments, there is some room for improvement in some different departments that could do better inventory tracking at year end and report that in your financials. Grant drawdown request. There is a lot of grant activity at the UG, and doing those drawdown requests more timely and more consistently is definitely an area of improvement still. The financial changes, the custodial funds, there was a change this year on how that is presented. The money that is billed and collected for other municipalities is really just showing the dollar amount that is billed and uncollected at year end. It's a gross up in your custodial funds, so really it's just a gross up of the balance sheet. Some improvement on tracking of financial and bank accounts within Workday. There is still certain high-level activity that is recorded outside of Workday as part of the close process. Best practice is to record all activity within Workday, even those high-level close entries. A conflict of interest disclosure statement for elected officials and senior staff. There is certain state statutes out there that do require some of that. Our firm really recommends that even as a best practice, though, that UG has a policy around conflict of interest in addition to the substantial interest at the state level. And the up-to-date commission meeting minutes. So the clerk's office does the records of the meeting minutes. They were significantly behind and they have made great progress. And so they were videotaping those and they have done great progress of converting those into the minutes. So just an FYI on that. A status update and audit scope. Today, we're spending most of our presentation really going over the first bucket, the financial statement audit. We were also engaged earlier this year to perform agreed upon procedures over some financing expenditures that were expensed from the STAR bonds. And really the goal of that is to make sure that they were, the money was spent in accordance with state statutes. We are done with that procedures, no issues there. The far right column, the compliance audit over federal funding. Sometimes you'll hear that called to as a single audit. The UG had about $36 million of federal expenditures during the year. When you have federal expenditures over $750,000, we have to do what's called a single audit to ensure that the compliance attributes the federal government wants you to spend the money on, that you follow those compliance attributes. So we are auditing 4 major programs this year. Aging Cluster, Public Safety Partnership and Community Policy Grants, ARPA, and CDBG. So the types of compliance attributes that are generally audited as part of that looks at allowability, for an example. Procurement, we want to make sure they're following your procurement rules. Suspension and debarment, we want to make sure you're not working with vendors that are suspended or debarred from working with the federal government, as well as a period of performance to make sure that you're spending the money in the correct period. That audit is probably about 2/3 of the way done. That audit is actually due in the end of September. And I think we are definitely on track to have that audit complete in September. The financial statement audit, which we're here today, is in the far left column, and you'll see that there's actually 5 bullet points in that financial statement audit. So all of those organizations are actually included in the annual comprehensive financial report that we're going over today. And I just wanted to point that out. So not only the UG itself, but included in the complete set of financials is also BPU, the land bank, and the 2 Minnesota entities. Next slide, really, I just want to talk about a timeline and do a status update. Our audit this year actually started in January, early January of 2025. In January, we spent the entire month doing what we call planning and risk assessment. So planning is when we review the board minutes up to that point. We look at transactions that are new transactions, material transactions, things that we expected and didn't expect. And when they have those material transactions, we want to make sure that the accounting is appropriate for those transactions, and those transactions are appropriately disclosed in your act for here tonight. In addition to that, we do what's called our risk assessment. We actually look at your control environment and all of your major transaction cycles, including your IT transaction cycle, your cash inflows for property taxes, sales taxes, charges for services, your cash outflows, your procurement process, HR and payroll, inventory, financing, and your treasury function. So a lot of transaction cycles are reviewed. We look at the key controls within those transaction cycles. And if there was any items, best practices or control related items, that's those other considerations and areas of improvement that we discuss. In addition to that, we use those procedures and control environment to design our audit when we come back for our audit procedures. So the better controls, the more controls you have in certain areas, we might be able to do more what we call analytical procedures as opposed to a detailed procedure. So really it's a risk-based audit based on your control environment, specifically here at the unified government. In addition to that, in January, we spent a significant amount of time looking at your property tax assessments. So we actually do a kind of a VLOOKUP, a match in Excel of your current year property tax by parcel to your prior year and review trends and anomalies in that property tax by parcel. Do a lot of work to make sure that the property taxes on a sample basis are billed and collected appropriately in accordance with the tax levies. And in addition to that, we actually send what we call a confirmation or a letter to other taxing municipalities that you bill and collect for to ensure that their records agree to the UG's records. There's a lot of money that goes through what we call custodial funds for those tax dollars that are billed and collected for those other municipalities, and we want to make sure that all the records are in agreement. We come back after we have designed our audit for fieldwork procedures. Fieldwork procedures start in March and actually went through about early or middle of July. So a lot of time that we're working on site and working remotely to get this audit to where we're at today. I looked at our time, how many hours we had to do all the procedures on that last slide to date, and it was about 2,600 hours. So just give you kind of an idea of how many hours it took us to get to where we're at today. Our substantive testing is really where we want to ensure that all of the numbers that are material in your financials today that we're presenting, that we do enough work to make sure that we agree that those are materially accurate. Not only that all of the stuff that should be included is included. So the types of substantive testing procedures is really sending letters to third parties. So think about your bank that holds your cash, your investments. We want to make sure that their records agree to the UG's records. We send letters to your attorneys to make sure that all the legal cases that are out there are analyzed and agree to your internal legal counsel's records. We do a lot of analytical procedures looking for trends or regular trends, and we do large samples of all the transactions, both revenues and expenses. The other thing on the revenue side is we actually will agree out your records to the state records for tax collections like sales taxes and stuff that the state collects on your behalf. At the conclusion of that, we do what we call our internal control quality review or EQR process. And that process is a very important part of our process. So that process looks at our significant estimates. Your guys' significant estimates were depreciation as it relates to your capital assets, your actuarial estimates that go in your pension liability and your retiree healthcare liability. There's some self-insured claims, which is an estimate. Let's see. I think those are the most of it. Property tax collection is another one, which is estimated at year end. So when I'm comfortable with those estimates, I have a second partner that has a similar client base, which is public sector cities and counties. They review our work as it relates to significant estimates, and they review all the deliverables to make sure that we hit the new accounting standards, that the deliverables are appropriate, and that the opinion is supported. So that is the process that occurred at end of July, and it'll be wrapped up here shortly. And then you'll see the other point that I wanted to just make, and it was discussed. Those best practices and things that come out of looking at this much data, like I said, it's about 2,600 hours to date. Those best practices and control areas that have room for improvement are discussed at those exit meetings with the mayor, the chair of the ED&F, the county administrator, and the CFO at the conclusion of the audit. And with that, the conclusion of the audit, I just want to go through a high level of a scorecard, kind of a 10,000 foot level. If I'm in your shoes, what's the most important things that really matter? So timing of the presentation, timely of the financials, we've hit on that. July from November is a drastic improvement, and I wanted to give kudos to management for that change, because that's a lot of work to get caught up. Management was professional and courteous to our team. I think that's always good to point out. That's not always the case, and we had a great working relationship. So I truly appreciate that. We were with a large amount of management. So even outside of the accounting department to get our audit across the finish line. So a lot of the departments that have grants, we have to work with those departments. We have to work with the IT department. We work with Treasury, HR. So there's a lot that goes into this, and we truly appreciate that coordination. The accounting estimates that I talked about, at the conclusion of our audit, there was no management bias in those estimates. So I think that that's good to point out. There was one new accounting standard around compensated absences that did impact your financials, but not materially. That new accounting standard really just revisits the definition of what is a compensated absence as it relates to accounting standards. So there was certain compensated absence that if they didn't get paid out historically, but the vacation bank could be carried over year end and utilize that time off in future periods, you didn't have to accrue a liability. Under the new standards, you do have to accrue a liability. So did not have a material impact, but did increase the liability some. The areas for consideration, one thing I did want to point out, and Shelley will hit on this a little bit here before the end of the presentation, is one area that was improved upon that was in last year's presentation and was around some monitoring activities. So there was some monitoring activities specifically as it related to purchase cards that was in this presentation historically that has been approved upon as it related to a control environment. And I just wanted to discuss that was improved, and it wasn't one of those areas for improvement. And finally, our audit opinion. So we are planning on issuing what we consider a cleaner, unmodified opinion. So that's the highest level opinion we could issue as an audit firm. It's the opinion that you want as commissioners. That means we believe your financials are materially accurate. All the material line items are materially accurate. The footnotes are materially accurate and complete. So definitely the opinion that you want as an organization. The last thing I'm going to hit on here is just financial metrics. I think it's a good thing. One of the best practices we pointed out as part of our exit meetings is that there should be financial metrics that are managed and discussed as an organization. So think KPIs for the UG. I didn't want to put a lot on here. I put a change in net position, which is a financial statement element for your government activities. And then I put two financial metrics. So a short-term metric, which is your general fund expenditures divided by your unassigned fund balance. So how many months of reserves do you have essentially in your general fund? You can see it's a very, very consistent, about 3 months. So I just wanted to point that out. That's your short-term financial metric. Long-term financial metric is your net position ratio for your government activities. So that's really your net position or your equity divided by your assets. So what that shows is a leverage ratio or your long-term financial health as an organization. Again, relatively consistent around 2 to 3%. That last, actually both of these, the higher the number, the better the ratio for your organization. And with that, I'll turn it over to Shelley.
Thank you, Jacob. So last thing I wanted to spend just a second talking about, and I'm going to apologize because this slide has some errors on it, and I don't know if I was half asleep when I typed them or if it was from the template. But as I said, we started out with following up to the Robert Bob audit. And that was that we needed to do an RFP, and we got a new auditor, which gave us a new perspective, taking a look at our financials, which we believe is a healthy thing. It should be done every 3 to 5 years. For some reason, my slide says profits are up in the last quarter by 3%. And I wish that were true. I do not know where that came from. So I've corrected that. I've emailed the clerk, corrected slide. I believe that was from the template. So I do sincerely apologize that that's in there. I wish it was true, but it is not. I also wanted to talk about a couple other things that we're doing. We're talking about the financial audit, and that is the biggest thing. And as Jacob said, we are talking about thousands of hours of time looking at our financials, looking at our transactions, individual little transactions to make sure everything is accounted for, everything ties together. And I wanted to pause for a moment and ask Pam, I'm going to say it wrong, I always do. Pam Howe to stand up. Pam has put in, I don't even know, literally thousands of hours every weekend, every night, working until late hours, working on all of these audits to get us back and caught up. And it is this person in particular on our side of the team that I would like to recognize because she has put her whole heart and soul into making sure we had good financials, accurate systems, and she was the lead for finance in implementing Workday at the same time. So I do want to just take a moment to thank her and appreciate her. A couple other things I'll highlight and then we'll wrap it up and answer any questions you might have. But I did want to highlight that we've done other things as well, not just the annual financial audit, not just these thousands of hours that have gone into this work. We've implemented a new early warning system. And what that is a system that looks at our data, it looks at transactions, it looks at specific information in our system, and it looks for the most common types of fraud that you would have. And then it alerts us as to whether or not there's things we need to look at and do a deeper dive. And this is in terms of P cards. So on P cards, I think Jacob mentioned it, we have our own internal auditor doing a quarterly review. We have now an early warning system that looks at every P card transaction and gives us alerts for anything that needs more investigation. We were constantly behind in getting timely approvals and authorizations for P cards in the system. We implemented a system where now we turn off people's P cards if they don't have every transaction reconciled within 30 days. Their P card is turned off until they can get caught up. Okay, so these are very definitive changes we've made to make sure we have better accountability. Then with this early warning system, we have one on accounts payable. So it's looking to see, did you make duplicate payments? Do you have any vendors that maybe also have an address of an employee? And that might be okay, or it might not. And that requires further research. And then we have one that looks at payroll data analytics and looks for any anomalies that we need to go and do a deeper dive and figure out if that was appropriate or not. So we have these early warning systems in place now. We just got our first reports from that. And every 6 months, we'll refresh the data, we'll get all the information, and we'll do the deeper dive on anything that's flagged in that system. We've also got operational performance audits. So when people hear audit, this might be what they think of. And so one of the areas where we're doing an operational audit is for the Division of Motor Vehicles. We know that is an area where we have a lot of customer complaints. We have a lot of demand for service, and we are looking at ways that we can improve the way that we do the service, we do the transactions, we educate the public on the ways that they can renew their vehicles, license their vehicle, and pay their property taxes on their vehicle. So that is underway. That'll be done next month. If the commission's interested, we'd be glad to do a presentation on the results of that, because I'm quite encouraged that I think we're going to have some really good improvements come out of that. Excuse me. We've also done the financial historical review that we brought forward to you, which was a really good kind of look back on how did we get to where we are financially. We have the debt strategy that I mentioned at your all's leadership, and we had the new debt strategy that you all supported, and will be part of what the budget is that we present in the coming weeks. We also have a contract tracking system that we put in place because we heard a lot of issues about, are you bidding out your work? Are we getting those bids out? And we now have a consolidated, decentralized system that tracks all contracts when they expire so that we can get those back out to bid in a timely manner and not just do a renewal for another year. And that has been very advantageous to us. I know, for example, on our mowing contract, we bid that out and we got substantially better pricing. And so it was proof positive that doing that competition routinely helps to save the tax dollars. It helps to save the taxpayer. And then the budget process that you all are thick in, but it's an open and transparent process. We've had countless workshops. We've had the dot talk. We've had the community survey. And we've had multiple public comment sessions here at the commission meetings, and there's still more work to come. So it's just trying to make things more transparent and more accessible so that the public has an opportunity to comment and give their opinion. So with that, I'm going to wrap up, and we are glad to answer any questions that you might have about the audit, about any of these other efforts that are underway to achieve our financial goals, but appreciate the time very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows?
Thank you, Mayor. Shelley, it's nice to have this back before us, so in a timely manner, be back on schedule. And I know how hard you've all been working because the time frame has been shortened with audit of last year. So kudos to you. Now we have an auditor that has been with us through, I believe, 2 audits now. So it helps streamline us as we move forward. You said monitoring of the P cards. That was something I think that dealt with public trust, and you have put the early warning in that. I think that is a benefit to the community and gives us a comfort as to who has those, what remedies are being taken to ensure that there's no abuse of the P cards occurring. The next one is it was mentioned about the pension fund and the healthcare fund. Without getting into too much detail, those were both looked at and proper accounting procedures were implemented. And I know as we start going through the budget, those questions have come up, but I'm pleased to see that you looked at those in depth. I know there's a lot of money and a lot of responsibility associated to those 2 accounts. And the 2,600 hours, I don't anticipate 2,600 hours being needed moving forward after finally getting us caught up and on a timeline. So I'm pleased to see that. The motor vehicle treasury, I do hope that there will be some recommendations coming up so that we commissioners can at least let the public know that we've heard your cries in reference to some of the challenges that are occurring there, and that this audit, through this audit process, will have a way to remedy that and possibly expedite and address some of the issues that have come forward from that. The misinformation, was that on the quarter, the interest on the 3%?
No, it honestly, I believe, is from the template. I know I had typed in, obtained a new auditor, but apparently it didn't save that way. So I just really apologize. But you are correct, coincidentally, in that our operating funds, which we do invest, and it's an investment we do every night, and it's the way that you do large accounts. And we do get about 3% interest on that funding. And so we do get that money. And then from some of our other investments, and we're going to get ready to go out to bid here again, Because in particular, because the market's pretty good right now, it's stayed pretty good, and we do think it's going to go down over the next year. And so we're trying to get those funds reinvested in a timely manner. So, and those are usually around 4%.
Great. I know that's additional dollars that we didn't have to begin with. And now we're finally being able to track those and utilize them, hopefully moving forward. Mr. Holman, thank you for your patience with me during our exit audit to ensure that I have the questions that have been posed to me by members of the commission, but also by the public in reference to areas of question or concern. You've addressed a majority of those. I do hope that this puts the public in a better position to understand the amount of transparency we're working on here. Do we have all the answers in this audit? That'll be up to us to determine as a body moving forward as to how we set up our budget to utilize the dollars that we have. But the debt that came from our discussion last year, I'm pleased to see that you recognize the debt policy within the audit. Mr. Holman, is there anything you'd like to share with any of us in addition to that after my comments?
I truly appreciate the opportunity to work with the organization. So that's just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Thank you for your work, and thank you for making the timeline. I know this is presented as a draft. When will the final copy be presented and finished?
Yeah, so we have a quality control process and then just what we call subsequent events, which is our audit actually has to go all the way through the day we issue our audit, which is really just us reviewing a trial balance, make sure that nothing material needs to be disclosed. We anticipate that'll be about a week.
Okay. So great. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Holman, Shelley, staff.
Yeah. And that was a good question, last question, Commissioner. I know that at the request of a lot of you all, I really reached out to the administrator and our CFO and our auditor to just get to this commission something as we go through the budget process that you all can start taking a look at. So if there's questions before the final version comes out, they can make sure that those questions are answered, and whatever types of things needed to be included in the audit for a final disposition, you all have that opportunity to do it. So I do thank you, Administrator, and thank you, Shelley, and thank you as well for getting us something that we can look at for this commission. I know I put a lot of pressure on you guys, but I thought it necessary as we go through this really critical budget discussion for 2026. So thank you. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, thank you. I just got the review or the draft yesterday finally, and I was able to, I kind of just had my personal analysis, or analysts, I'm sorry, go over it. But it looks like we have some positives here. The net position increased. I mean, we're looking at 79.5 million, reaching 847.9 million. I mean, it's not too bad for revenue neutral, huh? Not too bad at all. And it breaks it down by governmental activities, just what you shared. But bear with me. I mean, this is it's a lot here, but we have some red flags that we need to address, you know, and it all comes down to departments. Nobody's watching the spending in the departments. The money's there, but we keep taking it out on our taxpayers. And if according to our conclusion here is the unified government is generally in a good financial health, supported by robust development, stable utility revenue, strong overall net position growth. However, there's notable risk for warrant caution. The county level reserves are being targeted. You know, this just goes on and on, but there's definitely some recommendations here that I think we need to freeze some non-essential hiring and new program spending until reserves are back to policy target. You know, we need to also launch department level costs per outcome reviews, cap administrative hires, enforce vacancy savings budget to actual full-time equivalent. Let's see, mandated zero-based capital budgeting process, publish a full asset life cycle inventory deferred by maintenance costs. Let's see, require a per department break even analysis, publish quarterly financial dashboards with KPIs. Break out the other category publicly by department, freeze growth in undefined programs until justified with outcomes. The third party, yeah, that was great, to consolidate functions and eliminate. But we also need to cap new borrowing until pension liabilities are stabilized, because that's another thing that's costing us a lot of money is OBEWs, which is other post-employment benefits. That's what, and what's really hurting us too is just like the stadium. The stadiums, we're losing money on the stadium and we're not getting any returns. So it's actually, I think it's just, we've got some administration issues that's not watching the spending. And that's concerning. You know, this isn't about cutting for the sake of, for being harshness. It's about restoring trust, transparency, and responsibility. If we can't justify it, we shouldn't even fund it. So really, it's not a revenue issue. It's a spending issue, and we keep taking it out on our taxpayers. We just keep raising the taxes, right? But you know what? It's kind of funny how we did great. We did really good for being revenue neutral. We did excellent. But hey, let's just keep, you know, gouging our taxpayers so we can just, you know, empty the well as we go. And this is, you know, year over year. I mean, our governmental revenues, we're up 10% year over year. Our business, so what, I mean, like our governmental activities, our business activities, I mean, we're up. Everything's up. And again, it's not bad for being revenue neutral. But that, you know, it's what we heard. We're going to take a deep dive. Well, you know what? I had to personally take a deep dive because I don't know when we were ever going to do a deep dive. So, but you do, I mean, I appreciate you. This is just, I'm just talking about, you know, where our problem is. It's not, the revenue is there and we have it coming in. It's where nobody's watching the spending. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Knieven and Mr. Holman. What I was looking for out of this to start off with was the determination that what we're doing is being done in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles and what type of, opinion you were going to issue after all is said and done. So I can't, I very much appreciate that you're finding whether or not you agree with how the money was spent by us. We make that determination that it was done in a way that was in accordance with GAAP. That's what I was looking for as an accounting major. Dr. Knieven, I understand that one of the things that we've done is to adhere to a turnover by contract, so to speak, so that we're looking at having different auditors bid on it. So will this year coming up, when the audit for 2025 is done, will Forbes Mazars be in their last year, or this is their last year and then there'll be another search or RFP for it?
Right. So this is the third audit that they've done for us. And so we'll have 2 more from them. And in that 5th year, while an audit's going on, we'll do an RFP to then solicit responses from all audit firms nationwide that do this work.
So since Forbes will be back next year to do the 2025, as part of that audit, will they evaluate some of the recommendations that were made or some of the internal checks that you're doing that were shown? Like Commissioner Burrows, I was happy to hear about the P card and those changes and others that have been suggested. So will next year's audit encompass an evaluation of those situations as well?
Yeah, so those will be reviewed, especially those controls and process improvements as it relates to financial reporting. So when we do our what we call our planning or risk assessment procedures, management generally has a management response to those items from the previous audit. And part of our job is to review those responses to ensure that they were appropriately corrected.
So there'll be follow-up. Well,
That's correct.
that is good to know. The other thing that I heard, and I do appreciate as the commissioner, is that our personnel cooperated with you. That's very important in establishing the credibility, and it gives us an idea of how our people are working with you. So as part of the entity being audited, that's very important to hear from the auditor that there were no stumbling blocks as to what you were seeking. Thank you. Thank you both, and to staff.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez.
Yeah, I meant to ask, Shelley, do you by chance have a breakdown of department expenditures?
So we are working on a report that will give us that out of the system. I saw the draft numbers and I think they're pulling some bad data still. So, but
Well,
yes, we do have it in terms of for the audit.
Right.
And we could provide that.
And I understand the draft is ballpark.
It's essentially done. It's
Mhm.
going through their second level of control.
Mhm.
And when he talked about subsequent events, an example would be if we had a lawsuit. Well, again, think about this is 24.
Mhm.
So if there was a lawsuit that got filed that was regarding an event that happened in 24 that we didn't know about yet when this was done, that would be a subsequent event. And we don't expect that there will be any, but that's just part of the process. They have to make sure, because if so, then that would be a potential future liability. And so we would want to reflect that in our numbers, not in terms of the specifics of a lawsuit, but in terms of we're looking at our financial health. But this is essentially done. I know that we talked about net position. Maybe at a later meeting, we can spend more time about that, but I do want to caution that net position is not cash. Net position for any organization, including local governments, is all of your assets. This building is an asset. Okay, roads are an asset. So it's all of your assets and all of your liabilities. And you talked about one of our liabilities is post-retirement benefits. That's all that future liability based on all kinds of actuarial stuff and how long people live and how long we'll have to pay for health insurance in terms of our benefit structures. And we go through an analysis to forecast what that will be. So a net position is looking at your assets and your liabilities. So all of us might have assets. We have a home, we might have equity in our home, we have a car, we might have a retirement savings. That's an asset. We have liabilities. That's our mortgage. That's our whatever, student loans. And so net position is very important metrics because it measures your financial health, but it's not cash in the bank. So I just don't want people to be confused with some of the information in here is very accounting in nature. And so if you do have questions about, okay, what is that? What do those numbers really represent? You are welcome to contact our auditors directly, contact me. I'm glad to meet with you. And we can talk through those things.
Yeah, no, I
And you probably understand that. I just want to make sure
Right,
for the
right.
general public that they understood.
You're right. No, there's just other things on here that, I mean, we have strategic areas to watch. You know, we have our debt capacity is strong. It's 12% of limit use, revenue growth, strong, sales tax, property tax, utilities, reserve policy compliance. Weak city at 20%, county at 8% versus 25%, which is policy.
pensions, it's in there, but it's not touching it really, a large portion of liabilities, capital investment, excellent. Over 850 million in new projects, new position trend improving, and then we're up 79 million on year over year gain. So again, there's some spending going on that it's not being, it's not being questioned or it's not being policed like it should. It's a concerning issue that, yeah. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. I guess what would help, I mean, looking at the audit myself, I mean, I know it's a draft, I know it's not complete. And again, we wanted you all to get something, just not for the commission, so the public can look at it too. There may be questions from the public to the commissioners that may be asked as we move through the process. Help me again, when were you looking at the timeline for completion? I'm sorry.
It's about a week.
About a
It's
week away.
essentially, it's a very reliable document.
And I know you all put a lot of work into it, and I'm not questioning the reliability of it, but it goes in line with what I've heard some of the commissioners say and some of the community, and what I've asked from day one since I've been mayor. It would really be good to see a ledger that if I was a department head, that could really not just look at the high level of numbers and what we spend and what we bring in and what goes out and those types of things, but down to the penny. I want to know the bolt on the tire that I spent in my department down to the penny and be able to work my way up to validate, not just to this commission, but to the public on where their dollars are actually going. Is there a place online? I know it's task intensive. I've just never seen anything like that. It would be great to have, to know where every dollar's being spent. It goes in line as we've talked, and I've talked about streamlining, tightening our belt, maybe not cutting, but finding cost savings if you want to change that language. Where are those cost savings at? And it goes back to what I've said previously and what I continue to say. This commission, this staff, we need to look at identifying what are the essential services mandated by federal and state law. Set those aside because those are obligations that we have mandated to run an efficient and effective government. But what are those other things that may be wants, other those things that maybe we're not so much obligated to do, and where can we find those savings? And a ledger, being able to go through, maybe even just for this commission to say, here's some of the areas that you can cut out. Are these priorities for you? Because ultimately this commission makes the decision. I can be a department head, and I was a deputy chief of police, and I'm telling you, I had to go line at them when I was asked to cut 5–10% out of my budget. There's some great things that I wanted, but my task was to provide the essential services to our residents and to be able to do that responsibly and safely in a way that met the expectations of our residents. A lot of other things I wanted, I had to push those aside and say, well, we're going to have to wait till next year, or maybe we're going to have to just erase this altogether because these are things that we could live without. It would be great for myself and for the commission to be able to go through that with you all and to say, wow, what is this right here and why are we spending it? Is this something that's necessary? And if it's not, what's the value to our community? And then getting that community input. I believe DOT talks, and for those that may be watching, please get involved in these budget discussions that our staff puts out every year. It'd be great to go back to the public and say, okay, here's the things we identified that are just wants. They're not necessities. Is this something you can live without and you can support your commission cutting out of the budget as we move forward when we talk about trying to streamline, mitigate property tax increases. I know it's a challenge to try and decrease taxes, but the overriding goal is how do we mitigate year after year property taxes increases that are becoming a huge burden on our residents. And I believe I talked to you the other day in the audit, and I think something profound came out. And if you could just talk about that briefly before I go to the commissioner, is how we compare with our neighbors when you talk about, I believe there was some information you had about industry. And how there was industry, and then the per capita incomes, the household incomes, and then the average housing stock, and how we compare to any city, and then how it is so hard for us to really glean property taxes and provide services because of where we stand, just from a financial standpoint, not so much of the unified government, but our residents that are being asked to fund this unified government, all these services. And when you talk about anywhere between 17 to 20%, given on the year of a poverty rate, which is extremely high in comparison to our neighbors in the metro. And you look at the average housing, how that compares to Johnson County, and the property taxes they pay and how that compares. If you could just talk briefly about that, I think that might shed a little light on our challenge and why it's even more important for us to do a deep dive and really go line by line and see how this commission can work with staff to really see if there's any savings to be found to mitigate these ongoing tax increases that are really hard on still one of the poorest communities, not just in the metro, but in the state, as well as the BPU pilot, when you talk about that, how that money is being spent. And then one of the things that really stands out for me is there are sales tax initiatives that our residents have passed. And I mentioned that the last time I spoke. I believe it was a half a cent or 1/3, whatever it is, sales tax that was supposed to go for infrastructure, public safety, and those types of things. Where's that money going? Because now we're asking to spend more on public safety. And I know that the thought before I became mayor is that when that was presented and I voted for it is that this sales tax initiative would cover most of those costs to offset using the general fund. And so it's just kind of in line with what I'm hearing is where is the money going? And being able to see that with clear transparency and then able to be able to say, okay, what's an essential service or need, and what are things that we could probably, this commission could make an informed decision on to cut out. So, thank you.
Yeah, so just kind of from a big picture point of view. So when we did the historical financial assessment, one of the observations was that our unemployment rate is getting better in that more people are employed, but we're still higher unemployment than our peers. Our household income is getting better, probably because our unemployment rate's going down. But we're still behind the state of Kansas, and between looking at our peers, neighboring communities, we're still behind. And then you look at the mix between commercial and residential, and we are primarily a residential community. It's about 60% of the total assessed value is residential. And so then you start thinking about, okay, what's our median housing value? Well, our median housing value, as we heard from our assessor, was around 200,000 compared to Johnson County or nationwide is 400,000. So you just start kind of stacking these things up and it really presents challenges. And then we have a community that has very diverse needs. We're a very diverse community. We have an urban area, we have rural areas, we have the largest tourism area in the state of Kansas. So we have just really differing needs and services that we need to provide to aging, mental health, combating homelessness. These are all things that we are confronting. And then we've got some financial challenges. And so it's really just kind of taking a step back and thinking about that from a higher level of, how did we get here? Why do we have challenges? And that is some of it. It's just the nature of what the needs are here and the nature of how taxes can be generated. But to your point, and we have echoed this, and the county administrator has championed this, we do understand there is property tax fatigue. We do understand that. And we are trying to balance and bring forward recommendations that also provide those basic core essential services. That's why some of our workshops show how much of our budget goes for public safety. That is basic, core, fundamental. The county general fund, is challenged. Well, you look at where that money goes. That's our treasury. They collect the taxes for all of our taxing districts. It's our sheriff's office, our jail, our district attorney, and our courts. All of those are required. And so it starts getting really challenging. But to your point, and to the commission's point, we've been looking at other creative things that we might want to consider in terms of maybe a different sales tax. Or some of you were advocating at the state legislature for an earnings tax to reduce property taxes, but then take advantage of some of those people that work here that don't live here. So just getting creative about that, but that takes time. It's not an instant fix. I know one of the recommendations I'll be bringing forward in terms of the DMV have to do with the state financial support. We are required to do the motor vehicles licensing and tax collection. And there's a $35 fee. And of every $35, we get to keep 75 cents. The rest of it goes to the state. So maybe that's a priority. So we're looking for those opportunities to bring forward to say to you all, there may be other ways for us to help shore up some of these gaps. Because we do have challenges and they're just the nature of the face of our community and the financials. So it is just, it's a challenge, but we'll do our best to bring forward a budget that respects the priorities and then gives opportunities for detailed questions and interactions with the departments of what does this mean, and trying to find ways to accomplish that.
And that's great. I think my ask is more of what a lot of residents have asked me. Where's the deep dive into the budget? I can tell you, I've done budgets. I can give you my last year's budget down to the penny on everything I spent it on, be it vendor contracts, be it licensing, equipment, personnel costs. I can see that. You can see everything I spent my money on. I could literally tell you where I was at today, when I was an executive. And I can project out my budget requests for next year, and I can tell you and actually quantify through data, empirical data. I can also quantify through estimates and estimates that reflect that RFPs went out to get the best price to better present to you a budget request. And then you can look at that and you can say, Tyrone, maybe not this item this year, but okay, you can do this. And it goes back down to taking a deep dive into the budget. And let's looking and seeing every department and really scrubbing to find where the cost savings may be. I'm gonna tell you, this is government. And as we know, there's always gonna be fraud, waste, and abuse in government. It's just the matter of the nature of government. And when you have auditors, and no knock on any auditors, I appreciate the great work you're doing. I just really, and that was one of the recommendations that came out of the Robert Bob, a deep dive forensic performance audit needs to be done of the unified government financials, past, present, and where we're going in the future to come with good recommendations that we can move forward to try and find those cost savings, or at least say we did it. At least say we did it, and those are the types of things that I'm looking for, line by line by line. These budget workshops that we have, it would be great having these workshops with your commissions to do just that, moving in the future. And being transparent, where the tax dollars are being spent, because that's the big question. I don't think people really mind paying taxes if they can see a return on that investment. When you have bridges out, potholes everywhere, trash blowing down the street, it really is hard for me as the mayor to say, we're being good stewards with your tax dollars, and you keep raising those costs every year. And let's not talk about the pilot. We continue to put fees on the pilot, and if EPUs raises their rates, which this body controls, I don't think historically they've ever utilize the power they have to really put a pressure point on BPU and that board to control costs, but that's an option as well. These are things that we need to start doing on behalf, because I hear it, and I can tell you, I challenge any commissioner, any staff member to go around anywhere in this anywhere in any neighborhood. The two biggest complaints are property taxes, rents, that also play into property taxes, because those owners are going to pass those rents, and rents are, I've got people complain, I had somebody complain to me, my rent is going out the roof. It raises every year. Well, it's going up because the owner pays property taxes too, and is going to pass that cost on to the renters. Your tags, things of that nature. Then you look at all the fees tacked on to your BPU bill, which is, I'm going to be honest, it's just another tax. It was really a really unique way to find a way to add another tax onto our residents. And that's why I had that conversation. Is BPU a burden, or is it a benefit? I feel it should be a benefit. To many people that I've talked to, it's an overwhelming burden to our residents. How do we mitigate and put a pressure point on taxes and fees on our hardworking residents that you already said the values of their homes are lower, the per capita incomes are lower. We have a lot of people living in poverty. My fear is I know what happened to Detroit because I went and visited their community. I know what happened and saw what many of us, East St. Louis. I don't want that to happen in our community because eventually you're going to tax and tax and tax to make up the difference. People are going to move. Businesses aren't going to come in. You're going to shutter. You throw incentives that we've given out historically that didn't reflect a lot of these corporate welfare folks paying their fair share. And what's going to happen is you're going to tax people out of our community. People are going to lose their homes, and people that we need to come in here to develop and do things, unless you keep giving these huge incentives where they don't pay their fair share, you're going to cripple this community in a way unlike anything we've ever seen. And I don't want that to happen. Now, the Robert Bob audit, and I'm big on audits, but I'm not just big on audits to just have audits. I like to find the problem, face the problem, and fix the problem. And I'm glad that we did implement some of those recommendations. But I'm going to tell you, prior to Robert Bob, we didn't know, and I'll give credit to our administrator as well as you, CFO. I'd never heard that 44% of the Kansas City, Kansas budget was going to just pay off debt. Nobody ever told me that till after Robert Bob. Didn't know that that $23 million of credit card we couldn't account for. That was a problem. P cards. So I'm glad to see we've taken some of the recommendation to put things in place to mitigate that. Then also, and I got beat up for it, but I sounded the alarm when I said that this unified government was not at its best financially. And because we were on a pathway, I had to use a term, and a lot of people didn't like it, but bankruptcy. And I said bankruptcy because I didn't and was not going to be somebody that says we're going to raise taxes to make up for all the red we saw on our ledgers. And then I wasn't going to say we need to lay off employees. And if you don't do either one of those, you're bringing in less revenues than you're spending. So my thing was, we've got to tighten our belts and streamline this government, and I think it can be done responsibly and efficiently. And I do credit staff because that 2026, 27 cliff, that financial cliff that we were going to go over, us all working together, including commissioners, we pushed that out to about 2030. But that cliff is still there. It hasn't gone away. All that did is just buy us time. And I'm saying why we have the time to do the things necessary. We can't keep doing the same type of business and expecting a different result. This is so important for me, and it's not political because I'm not running for mayor anymore. I care about this town. I care about people, and people are hurting. And they say they don't expect this government to solve all their problems, but they do know if we change slightly how we do business, they feel, and I believe, that we can do a better job of trying to control costs, because I don't believe personally that we have a funding problem, because we have more revenue streams than most other cities. Sales tax, other communities don't have a utility to put a pilot on. We have a pilot. We have special sales taxes. Then you throw in property taxes. And then I'm hearing that our sales tax revenues are really robust, overpassing our property taxes, but we're still financially hurting. And I know some of this, I'm not blaming it on anybody here. A lot of this stuff was this can was kicked down the road when you talk about deferred maintenance. We got bridges out, key bridges, and we've got a World Cup coming, and we just talked about that. And we don't have any money to fix them. I've gone to Washington, D.C. with our administrator, some of our commissioners, and we've literally begged people to help our community. I've gone to the state level. Please help us. There's no money to be found, and I can tell you, even now, the grant funds are drying up. And with all this knowledge, I believe this is a really unique opportunity that we have, looking positively, to really take a deep dive. The administrator is going to give a recommendation on his budget, but that budget's not going to be final. We really need to roll up our sleeves and find a way to streamline and tighten our belts. It bothers me when I hear that we're going to take the full assessment value as an increase, and we're going to add another 3 to 5 mills on that. That is going to devastate people in this community, on top of what I'm hearing other taxing entities getting ready to do to follow our lead. That is a scary scenario for Wyandotte County. And so I'm going to get off my soapbox, but thank you. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Knieben, I just have a question that I want to ask for clarity. The annual comprehensive financial review that has been provided is for budget year, calendar year 2024. And that is not a year that we were revenue neutral. Is that right?
That is correct.
We're in a revenue neutral year right now,
That is correct.
but 2024 was not a
Was not.
revenue neutral year.
It was not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Lopez?
Yeah, I was catching what you were saying earlier about Johnson County. And I was just kind of go over into this some more, but they kind of keep an eye on their spending. Like I said, we're up. But yet look, we have our capital outlay versus core maintenance. We're spending 3.3 million in capital outlay. But on what? It's gone, but where to go? The annual comprehensive financial report shows capital outlay down this year, but there's no line item that's visible. The infrastructure maintenance backlog, are we deferring repairs and kicking the can, or are we buying shiny new assets we can't afford? We need to really figure out, like, where's it going? Where's the deep dive? I mean, we was deep dive here, deep dive there, deep dive here. When? So the money's there. It's just, or it was there, but somehow it's gone now. So, but we don't know where it went. That's phenomenal. But again, I guess we'll find out more once, this is just kind of beyond me. I'm just trying to figure this one out too, but according to your draft, the money's there, or was, but okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner King?
So we don't know the results of revenue neutral, do we?
No, when we do the audit for 25 is when we will have that, but you have your first quarter financial report for 25, and you'll have your second one either at the meeting on Monday or in September, whenever we get it on the agenda, but the report's filed.
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. And I'm going to be paying attention. I won't be mayor, but I'd be interested to see that report as well. And here's why. Before I became mayor, bridges were still out, potholes weren't being filled, trash was blowing down the street, greenery was overtaking, and we raised taxes, and that picture still hasn't changed. Revenue neutral wasn't designed to cut essential services. It was really brought, and I sold it for this commission and this staff to really look at how do we tighten our belt and streamline the government and really focus on the essential services of what we need to run an effective and efficient government that provides the services that our residents both deserve and demand, and cutting out all the stuff that really we don't need until we can get some level of financial stability back. Part of that, and I really want to give kudos to Commissioner Burrows and Commissioner Stites. Under the leadership of Commissioner Burrows, they've worked really hard, because part of the problem when we talk about growing our revenues, there were policies that are still in place that really stifled progress when you talk about economic development. Developers were coming in and saying this is one of the hardest places to do business in, unless you just happen to know somebody that could get you through the process. But policies that were in place that really were anti-development and anti-growth. And so under the leadership of Commissioner Burrows, they've done a good job, and they're working on some awesome recommendations, and Commissioner Stites, to hopefully working with staff to get things to this commission to mitigate some of those things. Some of those things are going to be coming up tonight as well, that came about from discussions I've had along with commissioners in that task force, that hopefully can start moving and shifting the unified government in a different direction that can make this a business-friendly community and not so tedious with bureaucracy and red tape to get something done. Again, the perception was unless you know somebody. And I believe in equity. You shouldn't have to know anybody. The rules should apply the same for anybody. And it's shameful for me to see the disinvestment, the disenfranchisement, the redlining that's occurred in areas, pockets east of 635. It's shameful. Food deserts, no grocery stores. These are things we all inherited. But we keep raising taxes. Now, I champion and I support the continued growth of Village West. It's the #1 tourist destination in the great state of Kansas. But Wyandotte County is more than Village West. And we have more people that don't live in Village West. And if you look at a lot of these folks, it's already been said by our WYDEC, the highest paying jobs, those people don't even live here. 70% of our sunsetters, they leave our community and take their dollars somewhere else. So we've got to find a way to anchor people in Wyandotte County, providing them the good services, resources, and the types of housing, attainable housing. I talked to Commissioner Townsend about that. If you don't like affordable housing, attainable housing, so we can anchor people in here and spread out that tax base. That's the missing piece. I've been trying to send that message. I'm glad the commission, at least some of them, have came around and shared the vision with me. I hope moving forward that the next leadership really takes that message and really hones it in, working with staff, because there is hope. The best can be yet to come for Wyandotte County. This is the opportunity to get it right. And we've got to make sure that everything we do is community driven. And a lot of times I've heard people say they don't even want to hear from the community. To me, that's a problem. We have to be community driven in what we do and put this community first, because government, again, isn't here for the community to be beholden to it. The community should always be beholden to the government. And I don't mean that towards you all. I'm just talking, but I'm really, we've got, I know that the administrator had a timeline of August to get a budget done outside of the recommendation and get something voted on. But I think we have October 1st. I think is
The statute requires October 1st.
October 1st.
Keep in mind, if you make any last minute changes, we have to have time to update some fairly complicated state forms, and we don't want to make an error. So
I think with all the concerns of myself, some of the commissioners and the community, I'd rather that you do things right as opposed to right away. And we've got time. And I don't want to rush this budget going into 2026. We've got too many folks, and I've been here since I've been mayor. I think good things have happened. Good things are continuing to happen along the way. We need to make sure that we're pushing things in that direction, because the ultimate goal of all of us, and I know all these, we're here to make it better for all our constituents. I just say, let's just take those deep dives and work a little harder and try and squeeze as much out of the budget as we can to find our residents, because that's what they're demanding. I know you've got these folks out here spend more. I've heard it. Number one, they don't come with a plan on how to spend it, where they're going to spend it, or what those outcomes are going to be. Just put more money over here. To me, that's a recipe for disaster, and that's just my opinion. My thing is we're going to spend, be strategic, be intentional, and make sure you have a plan, and make sure that it's going to have value to our residents, that they can not only feel that they can see every day. So thank you. Commissioner Burns.
Yeah, Mayor, in the spirit of moving the agenda on, I would just like to make a comment that the opinions made by the mayor or any commissioners is theirs and only theirs.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right. We'll leave our opinions there. Thank you so much. Great presentation, and we're going to keep working for you, community. We'll now proceed with the items on the planning and zoning portion of the agenda. Clerk, I'll ask you to read the statement required by state law governing the planning and zoning portion of our meeting, followed by items on the planning and zoning consent agenda.
Good evening. We would like to welcome all present to the meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Members of the commission are Mayor CEO Tyrone Garner, Commissioner Melissa Bynum, at-large District 1, Commissioner Tom Burrows, at-large District 2, Commissioner Gail Townsend, District 1, Commissioner Bill Burns, District 2, Commissioner Christian Ramirez, District 3, Commissioner Evelyn Hill, District 4, Commissioner Mike Kane, District 5, Commissioner Phil Lopez, District 6, Commissioner Chuck Stites, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. As each petition is called, all persons for or against will be given the opportunity to express their views. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission has 3 options. Number 1, it can approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission with 6 votes. Number 2, it can override the Planning Commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. Number 3, it can return the matter to the Planning Commission for further consideration, together with a statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the Planning Commission. The consent agenda is the first part of the Planning and Zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, the Unified Government Commission, or others, then the Planning Commission's recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commission at one time. I will read the list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the mayor will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is your time to come to the microphone and provide the agenda item to be set aside if you do not agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation. If you're joining us virtually, this is your time to raise your hand, and once acknowledged, provide the agenda item to be set aside. If you contacted the UG Clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG Clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. All items not set aside will be approved with the Planning Commission's recommendation. Most of the petitions before the commission tonight may be determined by a simple majority vote. However, protesting property owners representing 20% of the land area within 200 feet of the area in question have signed and filed a protest petition. At least 9 votes by the commission will be required to approve the change of zone petition. A valid protest petition was filed in the clerk's office protesting change of zone COZ 2024-016, Steve Sobek, requesting a change of zone from AG Agriculture and R Rural Residential Districts to RP1 Planned Single Family and RP1B Single Family Districts for a 237 lot subdivision at 12024 R Leavenworth Road and 3351 North 123rd Street. The petition represented 51.56% of the property owners. We appreciate the attendance of those people here this evening, and we recognize the importance of each petition. We would, however, remind you that there are a number of items on the agenda, and we would appreciate your efforts to make your remarks as concise as possible. We ask that anyone with a cell phone please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. If joining us virtually or by phone, we ask that you mute your phone when not speaking to avoid background noise so you will not disturb the meeting. Once the petitioners make their presentation, anyone for or against will be allowed the maximum 3 minutes to state their views. As you come to the microphone, please state your name and city for the record if attending in person. This is your time to raise your hand if you're joining us virtually. When your name is called, please state your name and city for the record. The mayor and commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the planning and zoning agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any item on the agenda?
Okay, I believe we have some disclosures. Clerk, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. I've heard from opponents of item 8.1.1, which is COZ 2024-016. But I also have a question because we have a letter requesting that this particular item be withdrawn.
Legal, I know that came up on, can you explain that 9 vote and then answer the commissioners?
Yes, so there was a letter where the applicant asked for the application to be withdrawn. However, under our own rules, under our code section 27-201, once there's been a public hearing on an item, it cannot be withdrawn by right by the applicant. It has to be brought before the board. The board can approve the request for the withdrawal of the application, or the board can choose to go ahead and act on that application. So just because the applicant has requested it be withdrawn doesn't mean that's what this board has to do.
Thank
But
you.
that does have to still come before the
Thank
board.
you very much. I appreciate that. I've also heard from opponents of 8.1.3, which is COZ 2025-018. That's it, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you. Before we to disclose, well, I'll come back to you, council. If you can be prepared to answer what the clerk had mentioned as well about the need for 9 votes as soon as the disclosures are made. Okay,
Yes, absolutely.
thank you. Commissioner Kane.
Thank you, Mayor. Contacts at CO2 2024-016, CO2 02518, COZ 2505 and 06. And I have a question because the applicant's here, and if we choose to have him come up, the commission can decide to let him pull that, correct?
If that's his request to pull the applications on both of those, it's the same thing that I just mentioned. It's already been before a public hearing. So if that's his request to pull his application, that would be up to this board on whether or not to allow that to be pulled or to proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So I just want clarification. So is this for also the non-consent? Do I give disclosures now at the non-consent if I want to? Right. Okay. So COZ 205 or 2025-011, MPL 2025-007, VAC 2025-002, COZ 2025-014, and also 8.3.3 and 8.3.4. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Council, could you just clarify the clerk's statement about needing 9 votes?
Yes, if an item has a protest petition, like she described for COZ 2024-016, the change of zone application under 8.1.1, it does require 9 votes to pass that item.
Okay. And the reason, because I believe that item came up before.
Right, that would be because there is a protest petition involved. Any item that has a protest petition, if the board still wants to approve it, would require 9 votes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had proponents and opponents to COZ 2025-006, 005, proponents only, and 8.3, I think the one Mr. Stites stamped, I lost that one. 3.3 and 8.34. Thank you. If that's the one. That's the ones.
Clerk, did you capture that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any further disclosures from our commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Clerk, can you read the consent agenda?
I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Change of zone applications. Item 7.1.1, change of zone 2024-040, Curtis Holland with Polsonelli PC. Change of zone from AG Agricultural District to CP2 Planned General Business District to construct a convenience store and refueling station at 9611 State Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0. Item 7.1.2, change of zones COZ 2025-011, Ty Ziner with Strickland Construction, change of zone from AG Agricultural District to CP3 Planned Commercial District at 11319 Parallel Parkway, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0. Item 7.1.3, COZ 2025-012, Guy Tyner, change of zone from AG Agricultural District to R1 Single Family District for select lots in the Tyner Farm subdivision at 10800 Hollingsworth Road and 4950 Hutton Road, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0. 7.1.4, change of zone COZ 2025-016, Justin Dixon with Case Ventures, Inc., Change of zone from AG Agricultural District to RP5 Planned Apartment District for a 297-unit multifamily residential apartment development at 1498 North 98th Terrace and 1501 North 98th Terrace. Recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0. Item 7.1.5, COZ 2025-017, Ty Ziner with Strickland Construction. Change of zone from CP0 Planned Non-Resident, Non-Retail Business District to CP3 Planned Commercial District for self-storage facilities at 2712 and 2740 North 103rd Terrace. Recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0. Special use permit applications. Item 7.2.1, SP 2025-020, Catherine Dumovich, renewal of a special use permit for heavy truck parking at American Motel at 7949 Split Log Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0 for 5 years. Item 7.2.2, SP 2025-023, Doug and Carrie Tree, special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 347 North 118th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0 for 1 year. Item 7.2.3, SP 2025-030, Greg Forrest with Stryton Energy, special use permit for a battery storage facility with an H occupancy classification at 1 Kansas Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0 for 10 years. Item 7.2.4, SP 2025-034, Mitchell Brown with Populous, special use permit for an event space and live entertainment in the plaza area at 1600 Village West Parkway, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0 for 2 years. Item 7.2.5, SP 2025-035, Joseph Aker, renewal of a special use permit for the continuation of a short-term rental at 3063 and 3065 Francis Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0 for 2 years. Item 7.2.6, SP 2025-038, Leslie Dumermuth, special use permit for a short-term rental at 120 South Cherokee Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0 for 1 year. Vacation applications. Item 7.3.1, VAC 2025-002, Steve Sobek, vacation of utility easements for a single-family subdivision at 912 North 86th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0. Master Plan Amendment applications. Item 7.4.1, MPL 2024-013, Curtis Holland with Pulsanelli PC, Master Plan Amendment from Business Park to Commercial to construct a C-store and fueling station at 9611 State Avenue, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0. Item 7.4.2, MPL 2025-007, Ty Ziner with Strickland Construction, Master Plan Amendment from Business Park Commercial to Commercial at 11319 Parallel Parkway, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0. Item 7.4.3, MPL 2025-009, Justin Dixon with Case Ventures, Inc., Master Plan Amendment from Commercial to Medium Density Residential for a 297-unit multifamily residential development at 1498 North 98th Terrace and 1501 North 98th Terrace, recommended for approval by a vote of 5-0. Miscellaneous, item 7.5.1, ordinance rezoning property at 935, 945, and 911 Shawnee Road from R1 Single Family and R2 Two Family to RP1 Planned Single Family District, recommended for approval. Item 7.5.2, ordinance rezoning property at 2623 South 69th Street from AG Agricultural District to R1 Single Family District, recommended for approval. Item 7.5.3, ordinance rezoning property at 9630 Nelson Lane and 4321 North 97th Street from AG Agricultural District to R Rural Residential District, recommended for approval. Item 7.5.4, ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a drinking establishment with live entertainment and events at 508 Kansas Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 7.5.5, ordinance authorizing a special use permit for operation of a landscaping business at 11525 Parkview Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 7.5.6, ordinance authorizing a special use permit for short-term rental at 7832 Kansas Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 7.5.7, Ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a short-term rental at 4509 Garfield Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 7.5.8, ordinance authorizing a special use permit for keeping 3 goats at a residential property at 3644 North 59th Street, recommended for approval. Item 7.5.9, ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a daycare at 2515 Haskell Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 7.5.10, ordinance authorizing a special use permit for the continuation of a short-term rental at 611 Douglas Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 7.5.11, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a wedding and event venue with lodging, live entertainment, short-term rental, and alcohol in excess of food sales at 935, 945, and 911 Shawnee Road, recommended for approval. Mayor, those represent all of the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Clerk. Do any members of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? And if an item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote, following the recommendation of the planning commission. Do any members of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote to follow the recommendation of the planning commission. Clerk, you have any notifications for anyone who would like to set aside?
I've received no notifications. There are no hands raised online.
Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to set aside an item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to set aside an item?
No hands are raised.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion for. Okay, I'll accept those motions for approval. And the second, clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane, Lopez,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. I'll take us to the planning and zoning non-consent portion of our agenda. Clerk, can you read the first item in its entirety?
Change of zone application 8.1.1, COZ 2024-016, Steve Sobek. Change of zone from AG Agricultural and R Rural Residential Districts to RP1 Planned Single Family and RP1B Single Family District, or for a 237 lot subdivision at 12024 R Leavenworth Road and 3351 North 123rd Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 6-2. Mayor, we have received a letter on this item.
Can you read that, clerk?
This is from Steve Sobek, Northland Park LLC.
Clerk, I'm sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm going to take it to staff and let staff make some opening remarks. Yeah. Staff.
Sure. So this is for a change of zone application. Oh, sorry, Alyssa Mercy Planning. From AG to rural, it was recommended for approval, by a vote of 6-2 from the planning commission. We do have the, representative here, with some remarks, I believe, so. Correct, yes.
Okay. I'll ask the applicant. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Want to make some comments?
Jim Sobek. I'm with Northland Park LLC, Director of Operations. As noted, we put a request in this afternoon to withdraw the application. We are in a process of taking a second look at that project, reworking it completely, and plan to submit an application at a later date. This is based on feedback that we've gotten from the area, from the Planning Commission, and we want to put together a project that everyone is happy with. So at this point, we would like to withdraw the application.
Okay. Thank you. Council? I do believe that you had advised that the commission can vote to accept that and send it back.
That's correct. The commission actually has a few options here. They can vote to approve the application. They can vote to deny the application. They can vote to accept the withdrawal. So they have a number of options.
Okay,
I got it.
all right. Give me 1 second, council. Council, before I take questions from commissioners, can you just update on the voting options?
Yes, if the commission wants to approve the application, it would require 9 votes since there is a protest petition. If the commission wants to deny the application, it would require 8 votes since the recommendation of the planning commission was approval. If the commission wants to accept the withdrawal of the application, that would require 6 votes.
Thank you, council. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. I would make a motion to allow for the withdrawal of the application.
Second.
There's a motion, second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Bynum?
Aye.
Burrows?
Aye.
Townsend?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Ramirez?
Aye.
Hill? Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Thank you. Kane?
Aye.
Lopez?
Aye.
Stites? Davis?
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. The motion carried.
Thank you. Clerk, can you read the next item, please?
Thank you.
Item 8.1.2, change of zone COZ 2025-014. Jenny Nielsen with Lone Tree Land and Development. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to RP3 Planned Townhouse District for a duplex residential development at 1216 North 86th Street. Recommended for approval by a vote of 4-1. This application also has a master plan amendment, MPL 2025-008. Master plan amendment from low-density residential and corridor mixed use to medium-density residential within the Plan KCK Comprehensive Plan for a duplex residential development at 1216 North 86th Street, recommended for approval by a vote of 4-1.
Thank you, clerk. Staff, can you make some opening remarks, please?
Sure, Alyssa Marcy, Planning. So again, this is a change of zone and a master plan amendment. The location is proposed for 120 units on 21 acres, and we do have a presentation from the applicant as well. It was approved by the Planning Commission. Recommended for approval.
Thank you, applicant. You can make your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the commission. Thank you for having us here tonight to talk about this exciting new development. Lone Tree is a new development company to the area. They're working on some other projects in the metro area, but this is their first time here in KCK. Together with, if you'd change the slide, please, Engineering Solutions with Matt Schlitt. Matt's not able to be here this evening, and Jeff Wilkie, our traffic engineer with Kimberly Horn, and myself, Rob Richardson, with Richardson Brothers Development, have put together a proposal here that I think you'll appreciate this evening. I'm going to have Jenny come up and talk about her team and a little bit about their background, and then I'll return and talk about the development. So, Jenny?
Good evening. Just by way of introduction, my name is Jenny Nielsen with Lone Tree Companies. Just to give you an introduction of who we are, our background for many years was in corporate and temporary housing projects for corporate and government projects over several years. About 5 years ago, we transitioned over into residential housing, focusing on the entry level and attainable space, seeing a gap for that in the housing market, and we're across several states. We focus on more of the mid-sized markets and small markets that have a steady growth and a need in the workforce and in their labor force as they're growing. We currently have projects in the state of Washington, in Iowa, and in Kentucky, in variable, whether some are in the current sell phase, some are in the development phase, and some are in the entitlement phase. As Rob mentioned, we're new here to the Kansas City market, but we have 3 projects going on we have one down in Gardner and a master plan down in Spring Hill. And currently this project that we presented to you tonight here in Kansas City, Kansas. So we're very excited about. It will be a duplex community as mentioned, and I'll let Rob get more into the details of that community, but we'd love to bring it's a mix of product to attract a different mix of demographic in maybe the entry level first time home and also maybe an aging home. We have some single level living options in that. Trying to give a variety of product options along with amenities in the community, parks, walking trails, playgrounds and such to make it a enjoyable place for the community to reside. So thank you.
So as has been mentioned, we're requesting a master plan amendment and a change of zone that comes along with the preliminary plan and preliminary plat as well. Those are in your packet for your review. We do agree with all of the remaining staff comments. And one thing I'll note about Lone Tree is that they keep the maintenance on these properties so that we can be assured that they will be maintained in the future. So landscaping will be maintained, the units will be maintained so that we have a nice asset as we move forward. I do want to mention one comment from our neighborhood meeting, and that is that there's a couple that own property south of State Avenue, and there's a drainage that comes under State Avenue right at that point. They were concerned about the drainage. And our explanation was that we have a detention pond right on the north side of State Avenue, and following UG policy, we won't have water leaving the site at a higher rate or higher volume than it does now per the UG code. They were seemed to be happy with that. They weren't at Planning Commission. I don't know if they're here this evening, but that was a comment from our neighborhood meeting that I thought we should share with you all this evening. Slide, please. We're requesting 60 duplexes and 120 units. There are accesses on 86th Street. You'll see here on the plan on the right side of the plan, one kind of the north, one to the south, and then one on State Avenue. We've had a request to look at the one on State Avenue to see if it could connect to the eyebrow. There's the old eyebrows on State Avenue used as a turnaround. That would eliminate one of the access points on State Avenue and, or one of the curb cuts on State Avenue. We're going to look at that, but we have the detention, as you can see, the detention basin and then green space, one of the park areas in the community there. We're going to see if we can do that. And we'll report back to the Planning Commission with that at what we found on that and how we can do that or not when we come back for final plan and final plat, if that's okay with you all. There are green space and amenities per code and obviously stormwater detention per code, as I mentioned. The unit mix will be 48 one-car, one-story, 36 one-car, two-story, and 36 two-car, two-stories. And by car, I mean garages. There might be minor changes in this mix as we move forward to the final development plan and the plat. But I would also note that there's a significant amount of additional parking on the site. I believe there's 46 additional parking spaces throughout the site to help with parking. I know one of the comments that we had from staff was the townhouses across from the high school have some parking issues there. So we provided additional parking to avoid that kind of issue here. There were 2 questions raised at Planning Commission that we'd like to address with you all this evening. One was related to the elementary school. And the second was, will 86th Street be rebuilt to accommodate traffic? Related to the, go to the next slide, please. Related to the elementary school, I spoke with the board president and to their communications officer about this project. Neither one of them thought there would be any issues with that with the school. Edwin Birch had asked me to provide the plan so he could give that to their planning folks that kind of decide where everybody goes to school. I've done that. He was happy with that, said thank you. So I don't think that we'll have any issues with that. One issue before I turn it over to Jeff to talk about the traffic study a little bit is that in working with Public Works, we will be required to document the condition of the existing streets before we start development. And then if there is any damage to those streets beyond what was there when we started, we will have to fix that post-development. So I know there's concerns with 86th Street and the condition of 86th Street. We would intend to use State Avenue as much as possible, but we will also document the condition of 86th Street so that if there's any damage done during development, that will be repaired. There's a little bit of other concern related to 86th Street, so I'm gonna have Jeff Wilkie with Kimley Horn come up and talk about a couple of items related to traffic.
Good evening, Jeff Wilkie with Kimley Horn. So I prepared the traffic impact study for the project. So we performed that study following UG guidelines and industry standards. What we found is the 120 units generate a fairly low level of traffic overall. Spread out between those 3 different access points, we distribute that traffic to the street network. And we found that on 86th Street, we're expecting less than 50 trips during the AM peak hour and less than 55 trips during the PM peak hour along 86th Street. And to put that into some easier to relate to terms, that comes out to less than 1 new vehicle trip per minute on 86th Street. So we also found that intersection sight distances are good at all the proposed access points. Access points are spaced according to UG standards. And we also studied the operation of the intersection at 86th and State, both before and after development conditions. The intersection operates at level service A today, which is a very good level of operation. And it's expected to continue to operate at level service A after development traffic is added to the street network. So based on those findings, we did not determine any need for capacity improvements on that surrounding street network. So thank you.
Commissioners, that's all we have this evening. I just ask for your support and approval of this project, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of the item?
No
there anyone-
comments received.
Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Okay. Is there anyone joining us virtually, Clerk, who would like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to the item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to the item? Okay. Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to the item?
We have a hand raised.
Clerk.
Lisa Walker Yeager. If you'll go ahead and unmute, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and residence.
My name is Lisa Walker Yeager. My residence is Kansas City, Kansas, in the Parkwood neighborhood.
Go ahead.
My question is, we thank you for coming to the Wyandotte County area. How many employees do you expect to have to hire within the Wyandotte County area for jobs in your development?
So the jobs related to this are construction jobs and ongoing landscape jobs, and those folks have not been hired, but the developers asked me for recommendations, and we have given them some local folks, recommended them local folks to talk to as they go through that process. I would say we will know more of that when we come through for preliminary plan or for final plan and final plat. We will probably have some of those folks on board, and we can give you more specifics then.
Okay. And then what is the cost? You said when she spoke, she said she was going to be working for middle income, basically families in order to afford housing. What would you consider that as middle income?
Ms. Yeager, for the record, can we clarify if you're in support or opposition to the project?
Well, I can't support, and I can't not be in opposition until I find out that answer.
Ms. Walker, no disrespect, just part of our rules of procedure. As we go through this, if you are in opposition, this is an opportunity for you to speak in opposition um, uh, to the item. And there's nothing more to that. So a Q&A would have actually would have had to occur with some of the posted community meetings that the developer would have had to get you to the point to make a determination of whether you're going to be in opposition or in support of this. Other than that, outside of the information you had tonight, you got to make an informed decision on whether you want to speak about being in opposition of this item. We've already moved past, if you wanted to be in favor, we're merely allowing time for residents, 3 minutes, to decide whether or not they want to be in opposition.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, for explaining that to me in detail. I'm just so used to not having the community engaged in the first district, so I'm happy to hear that they probably have been engaged. And yes, I'm for it. I'm for the development.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you for that. It duly noted. Clerk, is there anyone else that would like to be, that you have in opposition virtually?
No other hands are raised.
Okay. I'll close the public hearing at this time. And Petitioner, would you like to make some closing comments?
I would just say that if Ms. Yeager has questions, the planning department has my contact information. I'd be happy to talk to her outside of the meeting on this, but thank you all for your support of this application this evening.
Thank you. Is there a contact, Mr. Richardson? If someone did want to get a hold of you, is there a contact?
Yes, the planning department has that. They can call the planning department and they'll get that to them.
Okay.
Or they can, my email is richardsonbrothersdevelopment@gmail.com. It's pretty easy.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right. We have commissioners with questions? Commissioner Burns.
Yes, Mayor, I don't think the gentleman gave his name and residence before.
Oh, Rob Richardson, 2103 Washington Boulevard, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a comment. I appreciate there was a concern about, possible overcrowding with the elementary school. I sit on the boundary committee with the school district, and we're going through that process, right? The process of figuring out where all students need to go, what feeder systems they need to go through. So I really appreciate you reaching out to the school and the board and making sure that that is not going to cause overcrowding. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make a statement about the last caller and anyone running for office. I think these comments are out of order because that's really what it's about. There are other people here who are running for various offices, District 1 or others, but their understanding of the rules, and that lies with the individual, not with the person who currently holds the seat. So I think it's incumbent upon people to decide and listen to what is being presented and make their own determination and follow the procedure as to when to speak for something that's in favor or in opposition to anything that's being presented here. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Rob, could you stand for just a question, please?
Sure.
I got renderings here in my binder of the duplexes, the models. Are these true renderings of the designs that will be built?
Can you go in the show? Can you go back to, I think it's slide 3 or 4? The short answer is yes. They will, this is what they will be modeled after. And, obviously the pretty renderings. I don't know that we'll have, I asked them about the landscape between the sidewalks. No, in this one. Oh, okay. Well, if you can go back to the previous picture you had then. The only thing that might be different is that we've talked about, when you have the driveways this close together and in this climate, if you plant stuff between them, it doesn't really, it burns out. And so we'll probably do something different between them. But the architectural style of the units, the materials you see there, the rock and the siding, that will be true to form.
Okay, so I guess my question is not vinyl siding, it's not faux rock. It is materials that have an aesthetic appeal and a long maintenance life to them. And we're not throwing something up that will fall apart within 15 years, correct?
It'll be hardy board and masonry applied rock.
Okay,
It's not full depth rock. I mean, nobody does that anymore, but it's masonry applied.
so any stucco, any materials as such?
No, it'll all be hardy board or rock.
Great, thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites?
Stites, District 7. So I had a question regarding this is in my district. When you, sir, whenever you said that there was a 50 that would be in the AM, 50 vehicles, then I'm assuming that's generated by the development. And then you said 55 at night. Are some of them, I mean, how does that work? I mean, if they're leaving, more of them are coming back than left.
Sure. So it's based on research that's been done at similar developments nationwide. So we use the ITE trip generation manual is what it's called. And it's based on research at all these various sites. And it's not that it's a net sum of 50 leave in the morning and 55 somehow come back. It's spread out. The traffic is over the course of a typical day. And it just so happens that in the AM peak hour, 50 trips is what the data shows a development like this would generate in the PM 55. So
Okay.
it's based on data and research.
So I have had complaints about North 86th Street from your development north of narrow road. And in your traffic study, and this has happened over the years, not just because of your development, but over the years, narrow as you get up there towards, I believe it's Walker. But so did UG staff agree with your traffic study that there was no need for road improvements north of your project?
So we did submit our study to UG staff. I don't know if I've heard of a.
I spoke with Chris Finger, who I believe is serving as the traffic engineer, and he indicated that he was happy with the study. And one other thing about the trip generation, there's only 10 trips a day that go north on 86th Street from this development. So it's really not adding a lot to the north where that issue on Walker might be.
So then it would be anticipated that most of the traffic comes out, goes south on 86th Street or comes out onto State Avenue. And State Avenue, if I'm not mistaken there, is that a right in, right out?
Yes.
Is that your proposed? So I do agree with maybe utilizing that eyebrow that's there, that bump out right there. That is what is seen to the development. It's an older development, but just to the east of you, I think it's 84th Terrace. They utilize that as their entrance to their housing development there. So I would encourage, it would be nice to not have a couple stops or turns. You know, if we could keep it down to just that one, that's great. I understand it meets all the requirements. I'm just saying I'm glad that you guys will be looking at that to see if that works out into your deal. And as it was mentioned earlier about opinions, this is my opinion only. Detention ponds, I hate them. They're disgusting. We don't take care of them. They collect trash, they grow up, they get algae, they look terrible. So what is your plan to keep that in a nice looking? Is this by any chance going to be a water feature? Is it going to have a fountain in it? Is it going to be aerated? Is it going to be rock lined? Or is it going to be something that collects everybody's trash, grows up in cattails and never gets mowed and looks terrible? And we're going to complain about it like we do at every other development around Wyandotte County. And out and you turn into the Legends and you look at the disgusting one that's just to the left when you turn it.
So this will be designed so they can mow it, and they'll have professional landscapers in there mowing that, taking care of that. So the bottom of it may have cattails, but the side slopes and everything will be mowed, grassy, look nice, and along with professional landscaping, they'll take care of the trash there. as well.
And the maintenance, I appreciate that. I'm glad, I guess I'm not so opposed to them if they're maintained, right?
Right.
The problem that I have with them is they're never maintained.
Right.
I appreciate that you're going to have, now, will that be maintained by probably the same company that's going to do the on-site maintenance?
Yes.
The mowing and taking care of everything there. So while they're there, they knock that out when
Right.
it needs to
It'll
be.
be part of the program.
Okay. Are these rentals or are they owner occupied?
They're on individual lots, so they can be sold. They're going to start out as rental, but folks would have the option to buy those as well over time.
And the rental rate?
18 to 2,200.
Okay. Thank you. That's all. Is there any more, if there's not any more questions, Stites, motion to approve.
I want a second. Clerk, I do. Clerk, roll call. Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure. And just so we can clarify, is this for the change of zone application? Because this item does have two.
For the change of zone application.
8.12. Yeah, 8.1.2.
Yeah, the change of zone application.
Thank you. Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
10-0, motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk,
We have
go ahead.
also 8.2.1 Master Plan 2025-008.
I make a motion to approve. It's motion second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries 10-0.
Thank you all very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Clerk, takes us to our next item. Can you read that in its entirety?
Item 8.1.3, change of zone COZ 2025-018, Michael Rhodes. Change of zone from CP1 Plan Limited Business District to CP2 Plan General Business District for a grocery store and fueling pumps at 10702 Donahue Road, recommended for denial by a vote of 4-2.
Okay. Staff, can you make some opening comments?
Yeah, so, Alyssa Marcy, Planning Department. So this is for a, grocery store, gas station. It was originally recommended for approval by staff, but, due to public comments in Planning Commission, it was recommended for denial.
Thank you. Is the petitioner present?
We don't see the petitioner present, Mayor,
Okay.
but
I'll-
there was a request to hold it over or withdraw, but we don't see him.
Who made the request?
The applicant.
The applicant? Okay. I guess, commission, we don't have the petitioner here. So I guess, you have those options to hold it over at his request. But, we've got a question from Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry. We can vote on it. We could also vote to accept a verbal request that's been made to pull it.
To hold it over,
To-
yeah.
Is the request to pull the app or hold the app?
Withdraw, sorry, withdraw.
So here's my question. I think ultimately, if we allow that and we vote to allow the withdrawal, this property is zoned CP1. So this applicant could build something on that corner, just not exactly what he was bringing forward with the request for CP2. Is that correct?
Alyssa Marcy, Planning. So, he would still need a permit though for the actual use of the property and from what I remember, the reason the change of zone was requested is because CP1 allowed only 5 pumps and he wanted to have more.
I don't think that's right. I think he was asking for like, he wanted 6, you were allowed to have 3.
Well, he wanted more than CP1 allowed, which is why he requested the change of zone to CP2.
But CP1 would allow 3 pumps.
I-
I'd like clarity on that as
Yeah,
well.
let me check.
Okay, thank you.
Stites District 7, I guess I'm kind of confused as, so who cares? The guy wants to withdraw his application. Let's let him withdraw his application. I don't care if it's 1 pump, 3 pumps, or 400. He has to come back if he
Well,
has a
actually,
project down the road.
He would come back in some other form. He wouldn't come
Right,
back here
that's
to
right.
zoning.
That's right.
So
So I make while we're waiting on that, if you'll entertain, I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation to withdraw the application.
Dave second.
We have a motion and a second, but to respect Commissioner Biden's request, because she did have the floor, we will allow her request to move forward before I accept the motion and the second.
And council, just to expand on Commissioner Stites' point that he would have to come back. My point is he owns the property, it's zoned CP1. He wouldn't come back here for any reason.
I
He
do-
would go get his building permits and build his store.
So CP1, it is 3. He was requesting 8.
Okay. But I don't disagree with the motion you're making. I'm just trying to clarify. There wouldn't be an item that would bring the applicant back to this body for any approvals.
That's correct. If he wanted just the amount of pumps that CP1 allowed, correct, he would not need to come back to this body. And I think I would clarify, just so you understand all the options that you have in front of you, because the Planning Commission did recommend for denial, if the options you have is if you agree to allow him to withdraw the application, that would require 6 votes. If you follow with the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval or recommendation to deny, that does require just the 6 votes. However, that applicant would not be allowed to come back for this request for another year. If you go against the planning recommendations recommendation for denial, then that would require 8 votes.
Thank you.
So what you do would impact what the applicant would be allowed to do.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I believe there was a motion and a second to honor the request of the applicant. Okay, clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Thank you. Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you, clerk. Can you read the next item in its entirety?
The next item under miscellaneous, it's under miscellaneous, 8.3.1, ordinance to substitute the discretion of the county administrator or his or her designee for the discretion of the planning director in certain matters in chapter 27 of the Unified Government Code of Ordinances, recommended for denial by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. I'm going to let Administrator Johnson make some remarks.
Well, this matter became an issue over the last year because of the application of planning director's use of discretion on planning matters with developers and builders on certain matters that then would come to certain commissioners or the mayor and subsequently to me And some of those use of discretion was changing policy that was passed by this body. And when we would investigate that, it was either the use of the discretion really didn't make sense in many matters, or it was significantly limiting just to planning matters and didn't utilize a wider view of the world, whether it made financial sense, whether it was used for economic development context or other wider policy context. And in discussing with the mayor and commission, they said, well, we're having a staff member make use discretion and not using a wider lens. And it makes sense, maybe another staff member that's closer to the policymakers, also known as a county administrator, should have that policy discretion and therefore craft a recommended policy, which you have before you, to go through the review process. Since this change is in Title 27, it had to go through the Plan Commission before coming here. Obviously, that review did not receive a favorable vote through the Planning Commission review, and therefore it has to have a special vote of this body if you do not support the Plan Commission's review. You have to have a larger than a simple majority vote. But it was to have, it was moving that discretion to the county administrator, because then there would be someone closer to the policymaker, the board, the commission, and who would have a wider view of use of discretion, but also use that discretion judiciously as well. And that's all that is.
Thank you. Commissioner Stites.
Stites District, excuse me, District 7. So I talked to my, my appointment that's on the planning and zoning, my appointment onto that board, and no disrespect to anybody that presented that to them, but it was my understanding from him that it was very confusing to the commission, and that they didn't quite understand it all. So I will tell you, I am okay with making a motion when you're ready, Mayor, to send it back to planning and zoning so that they can ask some more questions and get some more clarification to make sure they're all comfortable with what was actually presented. Second.
Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I saw some of the discussions because I know there was at least twice this was kind of brought up for the Planning Commission. I don't know if this solves the problem, right? We do not have a permanent planning director. We've lost a lot of planners. It would be odd to not go out and hire somebody that shares a similar philosophy, as opposed to say, I'm going to go ahead and say to that new hire, you're going to have less power, or at any time, I can basically replace you and have somebody make decisions for you. I understand that with the prior director, there were issues philosophically about how they did their job, for sure. That person's not here anymore. And so if we are thinking future forward, and if we want somebody that is qualified, motivated to do the job, I think the solution is find that person and fix the code. It's the code itself that gives the power to the director, as opposed to what this is, which basically says, if you do something I don't like, I'm just going to kind of switch you up with somebody else. It's not comprehensive. And quite frankly, I mean, I don't know if anybody's done any research. Has any other city done this before? Does anybody have research on that? Have we done any research on how cities have attacked their planning issues? David, do you have anything to add?
Well, I've worked in a few where I also was the administrator and the planning director, so
Sure.
I'm worked where I'm used to have both authorities.
Sure.
So
And those
you're
were,
asking the wrong person.
sure, but those were, I'm assuming, much smaller communities.
They were smaller communities, but
Yeah.
can be a norm.
For sure, for sure.
But, yeah, I mean, this is your call,
Yeah.
but I've
I hear you. I hear. I guess my concern with this is I don't think this solves a problem. The problem, in my view, is we need to hire the right people, and then we need to make sure that the rewrite of Chapter 27 takes place. This, to me, just doesn't it doesn't give me any assurance, and it's too geared towards former employees and not necessarily future forward. If folks have other rationales, that's fine. A 5-0 denial is striking, considering all of the other items that we have on the agenda that were not unanimous. And so I think that speaks to how unclear and maybe how this may not be the best way forward. That's just me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Townsend?
Thank you, Mayor. I can appreciate Commissioner Davis's comments. However, I think what they're trying to get at is that no one department head should be able to stifle particular situations, and you're left with nowhere to go. It's not practical or functional to think that every hire ultimately is going to work out. You hope that they will, and you do your due diligence, but what if it doesn't? And then you're left at a loggerhead, and it's not practical to terminate somebody all the time. This ought to be an out or an option, whether it's through this methodology with the ordinance, or someone mentioned a resolution for one of the other chapters, one way or the other. So as I said, we've got a couple of options. We can override what the Planning Commission did, and that's going to take a supermajority, obviously, or we could send it back and let there be a fuller discussion, more clarity provided. But I think ultimately, we need to move toward this. You can make your best hiring effort at the time, but no one department head should be able to stifle ultimately the administrator, who is subject to this body. So I think that's where we need to be going to. So I don't know if mayors accepted, Commissioner Stites, or there's more discussion, but I think ultimately that's where we need to be going, either through this mechanism or the others.
Thank you.
Mayor.
I haven't accepted the motion, but I need to weigh in on this. And sometimes it shows a lack of experience. And that's why educating yourself, I've been an executive. You have an administrator that had years of executive experience. I support our administrator. There has to be accountability in this government. One person shouldn't be able to stifle. Now, I've had to deal with complaints from the mayor's office because I'm the mayor. People are going to call the mayor's office. And I can tell you as a matter of fact is that I have to go to the administrator. If you review the charter, neither myself or any of you commissioners can direct any of these employees what to do. You can't hire, fire, demote, promote, or discipline. We have one employee, that's our administrator. So a subordinate outside of maybe the unison of what we agree as a body, the mayor and this administrator, can make decisions. And in effect, this addresses the ability of the administrator to hold his staff accountable. I don't know any executive that would like to be in a position where a staff member has more authority and more discretion and is unaccountable to no one. That's not even reality. there is a hierarchy, and I know generationally, some people like this groupthink thing, but everybody answers to somebody. We have an administrator. He runs this government, and every employee in this government should be able to answer to him. We hire our administrator. We trust that he is going to make the discretion based on what this body directs him to do. And nobody within this unified government should be able to tell him, you cannot touch me. And I'm going to make a decision based on what I feel, and neither you, the mayor, or the administrator can do anything about it. I've watched several developments, and I can tell you, and I see Mr. Murray sitting out there, Planet Fitness would not be open today. Many of you complained to me, and we brought it, and we had to pass an ordinance to do what we're asking to give the administrator to do, to say that the final decisions of all policies and decisions, we had to reiterate that and say, that is the commission, not the mayor, not the admin, that's the role of the commission, not any one employee. There's a laundromat on 18th in Minnesota. Let's not forget about that. That ordinance allowed this to come to the commission and say, you know what, we don't agree, and we are going to override and say, we want a laundromat on 18th in Minnesota. What hurt me was Bethel Center. Serving needy families, and someone, and I don't know who, had a bright idea in staff that said, we are going to keep Bethel Center closed for Christmas because we don't like the color of the facade on the building. And the administrator didn't have the ability to do anything about it. Camping World. Somebody, somewhere in staff said, we don't like the way the plants are set up or whatever was there, flag, on the grand opening day for Camping World, and we're not going to allow you to open your facility. Buc-ee's. Somebody somewhere said, we don't like Buc-ee's marketing scheme. And if Buc-ee's doesn't go with what I want or what we want, guess what, Buc-ee's? Probably won't happen here in Wyandotte County. Commissioners and this administrator had to intervene, and the way Chapter 27, it's like jumping through hoops to try and move good developments along, and I mentioned that earlier. Commissioner Stites and Commissioner Burrows are working on a committee to look at some of this red tape, the bureaucracy, and trying to move it. This is one piece of that allows the person that we hire, which is our administrator, who should be experienced, knowledgeable, educated, with great leadership abilities, to come in and say, to run this government on behalf of the unified government as our charter allows. Now, I've worked a lot of places and I always had to answer to somebody. I had a boss. I can tell you, had I not had somebody to check my work, manage me, supervise me, I knew I wouldn't have to respect to that person or answer to that person. I would have probably been off the chain, because nobody can hold me accountable. So, and it's one thing to trust people, but you have to be able to verify. And then once you verify, you have to have the ability to be able to make sure that whatever an employee is doing reflects the will, number one, of this commission and the direction of the person that they answer to. And again, I don't know who made these decisions. And I'm not going to make any allegations, but I know that the complaints came in, and it really was hard for our administrator to try and navigate with his executive staff, his ACAs, around Chapter 27 in a way to make sure that good developments and good projects didn't get stifled, and that the discretion that were made was done in a way that reflected the will of this commission and provided good amenities to this community. So that's what this is about. I align with Commissioner Townsend in this. I don't see any reason why the administrator should not have the ability to run this unified government in the way the charter allows and in the manner that we hired him to do. It's unfair to him. It does a disservice to this commission. It makes my job harder as mayor. And a lot of developers in the community have consistent complaints about how hard it is to do business. And there is a reorganization going on within several departments to try and bring about the efficiencies and the customer service expectations that our residents not only demand, but they deserve. And if we're serious about expanding economic development here in Wyandotte County, we have to change policies and move in a different direction. We can't keep doing the same things and expect a different result. Now, for some commissioners that don't have that experience, keep living and you'll get it. Manage some people and you'll realize. Supervise some people and you'll realize. Spend 20, 30 years in this community and you'll see it for yourself. Keep growing, keep learning, and allow people to mentor you and be open to learning, life learning, and just don't think that what you believe is the answer. Because I can tell you, if you want to be mayor, run for mayor and spend a day in that office, and you'll see the weight of that seat is not what people think it is. So, again, thank you, Commissioner Burns. That's my opinion. Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with everybody's comments on this issue so far. But at the same time, I think we ought to give the administrator some room there that if he thinks he needs to hire a good administrator for that office, that he do so. And that maybe we put a sunset on his area so far and make it 6 months, and we'll give him the opportunity to hire somebody by the end of this calendar year. You know, I know there's hiring freeze and whatever, but at some point, common sense needs to prevail here. And I'm not to say that our administrator can't do it in the interim, but he's got a lot on his plate. And I just think we ought to give him the option to hire a good planning director that he can live with, and maybe at the same time have the option to overrule that person if he need be.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. Council, could you explain in what way the county administrator does not currently have the authority and ability to direct all department heads?
I guess I haven't been doing this all night. I'm sorry. Wendy Green with Legal Department. So he does as a matter of he directs all staff. But when it comes to planning and planning decisions, planning has to follow Chapter 27 in the code. So currently in the code, most of the items, if there's any discretion, the code says that it's up to the planning director. And so what this does, it leaves it to the discretion of the county administrator rather than the discretion of the planning director.
And that's, I'm sorry, that's stated in Chapter 27?
Yes.
Where it states the discretion lies with the planning director?
Correct.
Thank you. And I would support Commissioner Stites' proposed motion to send this back to planning for further discussion and make sure they understand.
I'm
Thank you.
actually gonna withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just make sure again, as a 5-0 vote, and I understand folks disagree, and that's completely fine. We don't often get 5-0 or unanimous denials. And so for me, that speaks volumes that folks that we appointed came to that conclusion. I'm intrigued by some sort of a sunset or some sort of a period by which this would be allowed, but I would also be in favor of sending this back if folks are hearing from their appointees that this is confusing and that it needs more work. That's fine. That's fine with me. In no way, shape, or form is my opinion, ideas, expertise a reflection of any of some of the other things that were said about executive experience. I currently manage people right now and have a pretty extensive education on this as well. And so I do believe, regardless of what we do here, we should not take our eye off the ball, particularly because we do have a grant to start rewriting Chapter 27. And I will not apologize for that. I think a lot of the issues that we are expressing and a lot of our frustrations have to do with the way that the code is written, not just who's interpreting it. And I'm okay with folks saying, you know what, Commissioner Davis, I disagree with you, but we have a grant. We should not be slow in any way, shape, or form, considering our financial standing on using up that grant and using up that opportunity to get that rewrite done, to engage our community, and to solve some of these policy issues. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. That grant that you're talking about is moving forward. That has not been stifled in any way. What's before this commission today has nothing to do with that, other than taking a piece of that and supporting our administrator and making sure that all the subordinate individuals in this unified government ultimately answer to the administrator, who ultimately answers to the mayor and the commission. And the will of this mayor and commission should always be adhered to, and whoever our administrator is should have the ability to carry out and enforce the will of this commission. And I can tell you, I just named a few complaints that have come through my office, but they are monumental. And I saw the frustration in our administrator. I saw the frustration in staff. I don't know what caused the complaints, but I know trying to alleviate a lot of the complaints based on discretionary decisions really put our administrator, our ACAs, and our legal team at a disservice on trying to meet the will of this commission and meet the expectations of our constituents. And so this gives the administration, rightfully so, in my opinion, the ability to better manage the staff that he's tasked to do per ordinance, and that's part of his job description, and it's contractual. This is one piece that really stifles that ability. And when you talk about all the complaints and just a few of the development initiatives that I know came to my office, and there's a lot more, and Mr. Murray was in my office. He worked with staff to try and navigate through some of the bureaucracy and red tape that came with Chapter 27 and some of the discretionary decisions that didn't align with this commission or the needs of our community. It was exhausting, to say the least. And so this is one of the things to fix that. Moving forward, it doesn't negate the administrator from hiring the right person who he thinks is the right fit for the position that he can supervise, monitor, evaluate, and hold accountable. But he needs to be able to do that without restriction. And this removes that restriction in one area that we found probably needs the attention tonight. So I agree with Commissioner Townsend, and I agree with our administrator. And I am recommending to this commission that we support our administrator and make sure he has all the tools he needs to manage this organization effectively. So, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to move that this commission override the determination of the Planning and Zoning Commission. I am not in favor of sending it back so that they can rehash it. I think what's important, because ultimately this body has to vote, if we understand tonight what is being asked, there's nothing to be gained from sending it back. Maybe they're listening to this, and to their credit, I'm hoping some of them are at home saying, oh, well, okay, now I understand. But ultimately we have to. And so I think it would be just an unnecessary delay to send it back to that level. I think it's already been articulated that what we are trying to do is put the buck where it ultimately stops, subject to us, of course. You always want to get the best people you can when you're filling a position, but nobody's got a crystal ball and things happen. I don't see the point in putting a time limit on it because whoever's in that administrator's position is there every day making these decisions. So my motion is that this body override the decision of the planning commission and support this ordinance as written.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum,
No.
Burrows,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Burns,
No.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Hill,
Aye.
Kane, Lopez,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Davis.
No.
The vote is 7-3. Mayor,
Aye.
the vote is 8-3. The motion carries.
Thank you. All right, clerk, can it take us to our next item? Can you read
Item
read that in its entirety?
Item 8.3.2, ordinance amending the Northeast Area Master Plan to eliminate the requirement that lower medium density residential areas comply with narrow lot design guidelines within the Northeast area, recommended for approval by a vote of 4-2.
Staff, can you make some opening remarks?
Good evening, Commissioners. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. This amendment to the Northeast Area Master Plan would remove the requirement for any type of development in the lower medium density zoning classification to go through the narrow lot design guidelines. And so the thought process behind this was to allow developers in that area a tad bit more flexibility. We've seen some pressures in from developers coming in to this area, and we want to get them building, and we understand that that process may greatly lengthen their process. And so it doesn't completely get rid of the narrow lot design guidelines. There are still certain situations where this would be required. There are still narrow lots. That's not going to change. And so instead of having them go through that process where they have a 75-foot lot, a 60-foot lot, we thought it would be a little bit easier for them to get through this process. We've also seen other instances in the Northeast area plan, or excuse me, within the Northeast area where this design classification or this guideline was not used. You look at like the Mount Carmel developments, all of those, even though they're within the lower medium density zoning classification, they still have front loading garages, for example. So that was our presentation. Excuse me, I had a presentation at CPC, but I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners? Any questions?
Move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion.
Oh.
Second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
10-0, motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, can you read the next item, please?
Next item is 8.3.3, ordinance rezoning property at 12425 Parallel Parkway, 12301, 12171 Parallel Parkway, 12165 Parallel, 12133, 12129, 12117 Parallel Parkway, 11914 Wood Avenue, 1800 North 121st Street, 1753 North 124th Street, 12137 Wood Avenue, 12037 Wood Avenue, 1401 North 126th Street, 12402 State Avenue, 12252 State Avenue, and 12198 State Avenue from AG Agricultural RP1 Plan Single Family, RP2 Plan 2 Family, RP3 Planned Townhome, and RP5 Planned Apartment Districts to BP Planned Business Park, recommended for approval.
Staff, can you make some remarks?
I just want to make a couple comments. Wendy Legal had mentioned this earlier. So these two are just for the ordinance publications. You did approve them back in the June Board of Commissioners meeting. So the reason they were moved off is due to the protest petition issue. We just need a vote, which I'll turn over to legal to read.
Yes, thank you. Commissioners, Wendy Green with Legal Department. These do have a different voting requirement, which is why they were removed from the consent agenda and placed on non-consent, just to not get them confused with the voting requirement just for the consent agenda. These would require 9 votes to move. Again, this is just the ministerial part of the process still, even though there was the protest petition. The hard part came when you heard this last month, when you approved the application. This is just the approval of the ordinance, but the statute does require approval of the ordinance when there's a protest petition, still requires 3/4 of a vote. 3/4 vote of the governing body. That's under Kansas statutes 12-757, subpart F1. So the vote would need to be 9 votes to override the protest petition in order to also approve the ordinance, because the protest petition still carries through the process.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner King?
Are we working on 8.3-4 or are we working on 8.3-3?
8.3.3.
Okay.
This is, Wendy, the reasoning applies to both, though.
All right, so we're doing 8.3.3
Correct.
and it's for rezoning only.
Correct.
Correct.
I move to approve item 8.3.3.
Okay. There's a motion. Second, clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Ramirez, or Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Lopez.
No.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 8-2, Mayor.
Aye.
The vote is 9-2. The motion carries.
All right, now we're working on 8.3.4, correct?
Hold on.
What?
Clerk, can you read the next item?
Yes, item 8.3.4. An ordinance rezoning property at 13000, 12504, and 12340 Parallel Parkway from AG Agricultural District to BP Planned Business Park District, recommended for approval.
Commissioners?
I move to approve 8.3.4.
Motion. Second, clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
No.
Townsend. Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Lopez.
No.
Stites.
No.
Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 7-3. The motion fails.
Okay. All right. That takes us to the end of our planning and zoning agenda.
Whoa, wait,
I'm sorry. Clerk, I think commission's wanting clarification.
Because there is a protest petition, it requires 9 votes to pass. With the mayor voting, we still wouldn't get to 9.
Okay. Commissioner Ramirez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So can we explain what this happened, what this causes now?
Yes, this is Wendy Green with Legal. This is not a denial of the underlying application. This is just a denial for now of the publication and of the ordinance. So the underlying application was still approved.
So,
They can bring it back next month, the month after that, the month after that, the month after that.
okay,
The underlying application was approved by this body.
so I have a feeling we're going to keep just going in a.
That's
merry-go-round
entirely possible.
With some of these votes.
That's entirely possible.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Just a question, because I don't recall a protest petition on this item.
Commissioners, Jack Mia, Polzelli Law Firm, on behalf of the applicant. So, yeah, so there was a protest petition on this item. There was not a valid protest petition on the first item, was my understanding. So to verify that, but.
Okay. Planning, do you want to verify that, or Mike Farley, if you can verify that?
So we did it backwards.
Mhm.
They voted on south first. Yeah, so this vote. For the underlying. Yeah, correct, but.
This is Mike Farley with legal. Yes, change of zone 2025-006, which was the southern property, did not have a valid protest petition. Therefore, it only required a simple majority vote. The second one, change of zone 2025-005, that was the northern property, and that one required a nine vote majority. So there was, yes, I guess technically, yeah, there was a difference in the votes there.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. So my question is, the information provided for 8.3.3 was incorrect.
Yes, that is correct now.
So does that invalidate that vote?
It's, you do have options. We are still in the same meeting. If you want to go back, the person that made that vote.
Question is, that vote invalidated because of the information provided?
No, that's not, but you still had enough votes, whether you did the 6, the simple majority, or whether you did the 9.
So it's a valid.
It's still a valid vote,
Okay,
correct?
That's what was your
Yes, no,
question.
that's still a valid
And
vote.
so on the second vote, and I frankly don't remember, even though it was just a few minutes ago, were we provided information that that item had?
Yes, that does
So,
have a
so
valid
we,
protest.
it was backwards. The information provided was backwards.
No, the information originally provided was that both had protest petitions.
But remember,
Mhm.
one was valid and one was invalid.
Yes. But the information at the beginning was that both items had valid protest petitions, not that one had one and the other did not. It was that both had them, so both items would require 9 votes.
I don't track with you yet. One was valid and one was invalid, but both require 9
Now,
votes.
the information, yes. Now, the information, originally, that was not my understanding, that one was not. That information was not under my awareness, that one was valid and one was not invalid. I thought both were valid protest petitions, and that's why they were both removed from the consent agenda. But now, they're reminding me that one was valid and one was invalid. So only one needed to be removed from the consent agenda to the non-consent agenda. But originally, that when I instructed you earlier, I stated that both had protest petitions and they both required 9 votes.
And like I said, it was just a few minutes ago. And I
Right,
simply
right.
don't remember,
Mhm.
but thank you.
No, you're welcome.
Could you tell the public what this
Just-
project
ju-
is?
Just, Commissioner, just a second. Hold that thought. Commissioner Kane?
But they don't know.
No, I'll get back.
Well, how does this affect the project?
So, like I said, the underlying land entitlement was already approved. The ordinance was not. So the one that did not get approved, that one, I'm sorry? 005, we'll have to wait for the ordinance to be approved so it can publish. So until that happens, the land entitlement technically cannot continue. Even though it was approved, it can't go until the ordinance is approved. But because it was, they approved, the application was not denied, it doesn't have to wait the year. So it can come back every month until the vote changes. Again, that's why
Well, we
it
talked,
should all be done in one item and
we
not
talked a
split.
little while ago about leaving politics out of it. These 3 guys got elections. You know, it seems a little funny that we're going to play this kind of game. But, you know, I'm talking, you know, it is sad that we're sitting there, we're trying to get the Royals, we're trying to get the Chiefs, we're trying to get whatever we can get, and then we're stagnant by some folks that think that's a little messed up and because it's election time. One of the very first things I did when I got elected, I voted against my friends. Not because I wanted to, because it was the right thing to do. And I'm frustrated because we're sitting here, some of these folks, that's exactly what's going on. Their friends are beating them on a little bit. Well, you know what? You get elected to do the right thing, and I believe some of these folks have done the wrong thing.
All right, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mayor. I know a lot of questions have been asked, but I'm going to ask this one again for clarity. I think Commissioner Kane was going down the road that I'm going to follow him on. We just voted for the ordinance rezoning property. That was item number 8.3.3, correct? Counselor? Yeah.
That one is, the vote that just took place
Right.
was for 8.3.4. The one prior to that was 8.3.3.
Prior to that, right.
Correct.
And that allows what?
8.3.3 allows all the parcels located within that application to proceed with the change.
Okay. So the other one, the southern, and you're saying, or someone just said that in the preceding month, we approved those as well, right?
The application for the change was approved.
Okay.
This is the next step, which would be approving the ordinance.
Okay.
Right, this
The
is the,
ordinance for that.
right. And again, I don't know that necessarily, it needs to be bifurcated, but that's how this system was set up in this instance, was to have the application approved at one meeting and then the ordinance approved at the other.
Okay. And that's pretty traditional.
Actually, I think it can all be done in one meeting, and I
Yeah.
think it should be done in one
Yeah.
meeting from now on.
But I'm saying the tradition has been, I agree with you. If we can
Exactly.
do it at one time, that makes sense.
Right, tradition has been to approve the application at one meeting, and then the ministerial aspect of just the publication of the ordinance in the
Okay.
other meeting.
But
Mhm.
again, since it appears we just did not have the votes for 8.3.4, what does that do to, we voted to rezone it, so this is only about publication.
Right, this is, right, this is about approving the ordinance that would be published, correct?
Okay.
So it's a little bit more than just the publication. It's about approving the ordinance that would be published.
Right.
Mhm.
What impact does that have on the entity that came seeking the rezoning, which we granted? And I guess I'm getting to just how this stumbles or causes delay unnecessarily for this situation, where
Let
we've
me-
already approved the land use change.
Yeah, Alyssa Marcy Planning. So the last condition of any permit that you approve is the publication of the ordinance. So that condition has to be met. So to Wendy's point, they're going to have to continue to come back until they get approval, because that is one of the conditions associated with that.
Right, and what does that keep the person who came to us, the entity that came to us from doing? What does that prevent them from doing?
They cannot do what they want to do because that zoning change does not go through until that ordinance is published.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you for clarity. Clerk, can you put that COZ 2025-006 and COZ 2025-05 up, if we can put that, just so we can be clear on what we're talking about. I'd like the public to know on exactly what this entails, and since there's some confusion over.
I have to, Alyssa Marcy Planning. So I have to pull up my computer, it just keeps restarting. But the project is for the data center, and you have the north parcels and then you have the south parcels. So it is the data center that you approved last month.
Okay. So the first item that was approved, what does that do with the data center?
So it's it's only for those particular parcels. So they split the project basically into two pieces. So there you have the north, right, first, and then that's that segment of parcels for that part of it. And I'm sure our representative here could talk to it more. And then the south is going to be, again, a second set of parcels for that project.
So what was approved, how does that impact that development on what was?
They were asking for a change of zone. And so that was what was approved in the last meetings so that they're able to do their actual development. So they were approved to get the change of zone to do it. And a master plan amendment. Yes, thank you.
Okay. And then, so everything's been approved, but there's an ordinance that needs to allow it to be published, and that's where the 2025, COZ 2025-005 comes in, correct?
Correct.
And that's what was denied.
Correct.
So even though everything is approved,
Right.
the actual ordinance that would allow it to be published by state law
Yes.
was rejected. So it basically puts a pause on the development.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Administrator?
So to clarify it, the north parcel got the ordinance passed for publication.
It's
It's the south parcel, so they could develop the south parcel with their data center project. The north parcel is on hold until the final action is completed.
correct.
So that's the landscape. Okay? South side can proceed, north side cannot.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I have a question. So, Mr. Farley, wasn't the North a valid protest petition?
Ms. Frey, you can come forward, Ms. Frey.
Sorry, Mr. Lucas, would you be able to repeat that?
Was the North a valid, Mr. Palmer's lead petition, was that the North?
Correct. That was the north side.
And that's what they passed 9-2 just now, right? No?
I believe sorry, but since we're going off of change of zone numbers, it's hard to keep track sometimes, and I understand the confusion. 2025 COZ 005, that was the north side. That needed 9 votes. And if I'm keeping track here, that did not receive 9 votes.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so clarity from both our legal and our administrator indicates, just so the public knows what we're talking about the data center project. The south side has been approved to move forward, correct? The north side has been stalled until an ordinance can be passed at the discretion of this commission. And so you got one part that's a go and the other part that is on hold. Commissioner Kane.
Just a reminder to the people watching, the people in the audience, a $12 billion project. $4 million going to the Piper School District and over $6 million going to the unified government coffers. Largest project in the history of the state of Kansas. I want you all to think about that. This is huge. When you're looking at a project, and like I said earlier, the Chiefs, the Royals, and we're turning our backs on a project like this, it is unbelievable. And I cannot believe that people would stand there and grin and make a joke about what's going on. This is not a joke. This is serious. And you know what? You could stand to lose the project too. Just something to think about. Mayor?
Thank you, Commissioner. Before I move on, now that we have Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Now that the confusion has been cleared, there was some misguidance initially when the first vote went around. And I think it's wrong to call out individuals when it's election time. I don't do that to my friends and my colleagues, so I won't let that play into my next decision. We had a valid protest. I think last time we ran over that valid protest. We had a valid protest come before us on this. We didn't kill the project. The project is still going to move forward on one side. We still got time to come back and talk to the property owners to see if they can get some kind of an agreement, work with the developer. That's what being a community is about. I'm a union guy. I understand the jobs necessary. We've reached a point where those jobs are still going to move forward. And just for clarification, I didn't get those endorsements, so I don't have to sit up here and pound my chest that this is for the union guys. They got my vote first time around because I do believe in the jobs. But I do believe it's an opportunity for them to come back and meet with the property owners and have a discussion. They can come back next month. This wasn't an absolute no, we're not wanting your project. But I will not sit here and let someone belittle the votes of a community that has represented me to represent them. I will not let that slide. So however this next vote goes is how the next vote goes. But to politicize it in the manner that you politicize it, I call you on it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All politics aside, because I'm not running for anything. But would anybody like to reconsider their vote? Okay, then that will end that portion of the planning and zoning agenda. It concludes the planning and zoning portion of tonight's meeting. We will now move to the regular portion of our agenda, which takes us to the regular consent agenda. Do any members of the commission, county administrator wish to set aside any items on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote.
Davis, move to approve.
Motion? For a second?
Second.
I will accept. Motion second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Thank you. Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Regular.
Vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
All right, that takes us to the administrator's agenda. The first one is item 12.1, a resolution memorandum of understanding with the Services Employees International Union Local 1. Administrator Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor. We have before you another negotiated contract, this one with the Service Employees Union Local Number 1.
Bynum, motion to approve.
There's second? I'm sorry, legal?
Yes, thank you. In agreeing with the legal department. I did want to make one remark first
Oh, yeah.
before you vote on this one. The title page on this item does have an error in the dates, but the resolution and the actual MOU itself, that is correct.
Okay, just for legal clarity and can you read the exact language nomenclature? And I asked the Commissioner Bynum until that can be done, if you're willing to withdraw your motion,
I withdraw my motion.
so we can get an accurate motion for you to make.
Yes, and I don't know that the actual motion needs to be changed because it's a typo on the title page, which doesn't reflect the resolution or the MOU. So a new title page can be submitted, but the title page itself says it's January 1, 2025 through December 31, 2028. And it should be January 1, 2025 through December 31, 2027.
And coinciding with the clarification from legal, Commissioner Bynum.
I would move to approve the MOU with SEIU Local 1 with the corrected dates.
Davis, second.
Motion second, clerk roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Motion is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to item 12.2. It's in adopting the amendment to development agreement of the Bucky's Family Travel Center. I'll ask Administrator to make the remarks.
We have a modification. There we go. We have a development agreement with the Bucky's Travel Center. We'll have our economic development attorney, Mr. LaSala, address us, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Todd LaSala from Stinson. What you have before you is a first amendment to our development agreement with Bucky's. It was requested by Bucky's. It essentially does three things at its core. One, it moves their commencement date for construction, which was originally supposed to start today. It moves that date to October 1st. The delay is primarily about their lender and financing. Number two, there are some specific requests from that lender about changes, detail-oriented changes within the development agreement that the lender has asked for. We have looked at those, we've negotiated about those, arrived at language that we believe is okay, and we're happy to go into detail about that if you want to. And a third and final thing that it does is it modifies the legal descriptions a little bit and contemplates the land swap that's going to happen. You may remember that the Village West Parkway currently goes right through the middle of the property that is ultimately going to be Bucky's. And so the development agreement currently really just describes that piece of land. And this amendment will allow for the change to happen automatically as soon as that road is relocated and the Bucky's parcel is changed. So at its core, that's what it does. I'm happy to provide more detail, but that's what this amendment's about.
Okay. Commissioners, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you. This takes us to the last item on the administrative agenda. 12.3 is an ordinance expressing approval or disapproval of the issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds by the Kansas Development and Finance Authority for the Chalet Manor project located at 1601 Birch Street in Kansas City, Kansas. I'll ask the administrator to make some opening remarks.
I'm going to pass the microphone to Chelsea Chisholm, our Economic Development Director.
Thank you. Chelsea Chisholm, Economic Development. So we have received these in the past. These are essentially a notification from the Kansas Development Finance Authority. This one in particular is for the Chalet Manor project. It's located at 1601 Birch Street. So we receive a notice from KDFA that allows our commission 15 days upon receipt of that notice, whether or not to approve or deny the request for the low-income housing tax credits.
Thank you. Commissioner Bynum.
Bynum, I would move to express approval for the issuance of the multifamily housing revenue bonds for KDFA.
Davis, second.
Thank you. I'd like to note, this is investment in these disinvestment properties. We saw that with Gateway, which should be coming along with Chelsea Plaza. I believe that's the area of 7th and Freeman, along with some other properties that this commission approved. And this developer is bringing his own money. He's not asking anything from this commission. I believe there's federal funding that's going to be involved in this. But what it does is it turns these disinvested areas of our community and reinvests funding to bring them up and create solid, clean, safe, quality housing for the residents that will live there. So there's a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
10-0. Motion carries.
All right, we have no further business tonight. Thank you for your time and your patience with us. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Bynum, so moved.
Second. There's a motion from Commissioner Bynum, second? Second?
Burns.
Then Commissioner Burns, second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Townsend. Aye. Burns.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Hill.
Aye.
Kane. Lopez.
Aye.
Stites. Davis. The vote is 10-0. The motion carries.
Thank you. Everyone have a good evening.